Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MiniLCS Summer Invitational 2026. It's the second stream of the day here on the League of Shatap. And, well, what I was going to do is going to be a certain special stream because I was going to show you a sneak peek. Well, no, I was just going to announce the secret project that we have been working for behind the scenes at the MiniLCS. But I don't have any casters. My casters are fucking AWOL for some reason. I don't know where they are. So you're just gonna have to hear me, and we're gonna have to put that special announcement, that special project, on hold. So this game, it's a Hardstuck game. We're not doing any more weenie streams for now. I think there's one later at 9 o'clock. But today we have the in-house unks versus artificial ween intelligence. And what we're going to do is go straight into the draft, as they're already in. So we have artificial taking the blue side, in-house on the red side. We've seen a Vlad ban, Pantheon set, so a few top lane bans right there, artificial wieners, and on the other side, we're seeing more jungle bans for the first three bans. We're seeing Wukong, Jarvan, Urgot, that's probably a top lane ban. And then we pick one as Syndra Blitz. Interesting, okay. Wasn't expecting to see that in Hardstuck. And on the other side, a Zillion. Now I don't know if this is the first Zillion that we've seen. This probably is the first Zillion in Hardstuck. We have Mel and Ari. The question is, where is that Zillion go? That is probably a... Well, actually, no, Ari's there, so that is a Mel Zillion bot lane with Ari in the mid. Looking at the bans, more jungler bans from the red side from in-house unks. And from artificial, they took out the Nocturne. So really trying to limit this jungle pool. Clearly, artificial win intelligence jungler is a boss. And as we see there, Olaf, that could be flex top or jungle, but going off what we're seeing, that is probably a jungle ban. And hovering the Gnar. This will be interesting. Are they going to confirm it? Yeah, and it is confirmed. So basically, top lane bans for the artificial wiener and jungle bans for in-house. Clearly we can see the two lanes that we're going to be focusing on during this. Now, what are we going to see for R4? That is the question. Oh, a Viego, okay. Like that. As you know, if you've watched the other streams, Sai, one of our casters here, he's a resident Viego, and so loves to see that Viego pick. Very good versatile pick right there. But what are we going to see as the counter pick now that you've picked the jungler? Are they going to go straight in? Clock is ticking. Mundo? Okay, alright. Now, but is that a Mundo top? Or no, that is probably a Mundo top. What are we going to see for the jungle then? Now, I'm not sure. I'll have to... I do apologise. I'll need to check up if this is a elimination game. If both teams will be going through to the next stage, or if, depending on who wins this, someone gets knocked out. So we got the Xin Yao for the jungle, and what we're going to see top for in-house as I get up root tables. So artificial wieners. Right. So artificial wiener are currently third place in their group C. Top of the table is Bibful League, and it's a Volibear. Ooh, I do like a Volibear. We haven't seen. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen a volley bit here in the Hardstuck. To be fair, we haven't streamed that many Hardstuck games. So, we don't really... I don't know. You might know. I don't know. But this week, Volibear into Mundo. Very interesting. Alright, I'm going to put out the predictions. Who do you think will win game 1? Let's quickly type that up. Ooh, win game 1. Now, if you were here earlier, you would have seen me play in the jungle. That is right. Not my main lane, I'm a top laner, but I do play jungles, a secondary role, and I was there subbing in for the Mace Volley babies. Sadly, did not win that game. We lost that series, and they are out, the reigning champions of the Weenie Hut junior bracket from the Winter Open. They had been knocked out. That is not because of me. Let's just clarify that. Alright, it wasn't my fault. I did my best. You know, but we just couldn't get together, you know. It's one of those where the whole team wasn't there, as our caster said in the previous stream. The main roster, you know, parts of them weren't there for every game. There was always an issue, so it just didn't work out. But we will see them later. Are they out? I think so. I think according to the table they are. That is it. I will double check once I get these predictions out. Right, predictions are live. So who do you think will win game 1? Artificial Wiener or in-house Unks? Vote now with your Stimo coins. And let me check the table to confirm if this is it for... Yeah, no, this is it for Mace Volley. Volley babies. They are knocked out. They are currently 5th position in the group, and from what I remember, yeah, it's only the top 4. So if we had won one of those games, just one, we would have made it in, but because we lost the 2, sadly we got dropped to 5th, and that is out of the tournament. Now let me check in to see if I actually have a caster or not. Is anyone there? Hello? No. Ah, okay. My caster was about to appear, and then has had to run outside, touch some grass, because of the fire alarm. So that's very nice. So you're just going to have to hear my voice for a bit more longer whilst I set up stuff on the back end here. Now here's a question. Do any of you know what the secret project is? Because apparently someone's been leaking what my secret project I've been working on is to anyone. It's a very nice project. I like the project. I think it will, you know, help the tournament out a bit. No, we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yes, I do. So I do have a secret project. Something I've been working on since the start of the tournament. It's been a bit delayed. There's been a few issues with it, but we're leveling up, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting more and more official as we go. You know, first it was the broadcast, which still is only going to get better and better, especially for the playoffs. Hopefully I'll have a new little something for that. But then there's something else that'll be coming out later today. Now I might have my caster. Caster, can you say something? Yes. Okay, lovely. All right, I'll bring you on.
Sorry.
Leaving me
sorry, but
hanging here.
Had to vacate. Unfortunately, I had to vacate the building because the fire alarm kept going off. So there was something that was bugging the sensors. But oh, good. False alarm. I'm here. Right. Let's have a look. Right, so hello?
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm seeing.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright. So, regarding the team comps, what have we discussed already?
Nothing. I have discussed nothing because that is not what I do.
Okay, right. So let's, ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Mahesh Farah, and I am here to take you through these team comps. I will figure out as it goes. Dark Lord will probably be on the play-by-play, and I'll provide with some color. Would be my guess.
You're going to be doing play-by-play, mate. You're going to be doing everything. I'm just going to be sitting there.
I'm doing everything, right?
You can reference me every once in a while and go, "Hey, how you? Oh, what was that like?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, it was pretty good."
Right.
You know?
Well,
that's it.
Okay, perfect. Well, then I will be trying to bridge the gap until Jack arrives home and joins me for hopefully game 2. Meanwhile, so if we look at the two comps, we have something interesting here. I'm gonna go just comp by comp, and if I look at the artificial wiener intelligence, they have opted for something that will look like a bit of a combination, but mostly a pick comp, where they hope to be hooking somebody in, preferably a priority target with the blitz, putting him in the middle of the team, blowing them up, and then moving onwards from there and getting them the objectives. They have got some nice scaling with the Mundo, where he will go where he please, as well as the Syndra, who scales decently into the late game, and some decent DPS with the Ezreal, which will be hard to lock down because of his shift. Meanwhile, on the other team, we have a very AP heavy team, which definitely the Xin Zhao and the Mundo will like, because you can just go Spirit Visage should you wish to do so, and you will heal a more than fairly decent amount. We have a full AP bot lane, double poke with Zillion and Mel, followed then by our in the mid lane, a very safe pick being the Ahri, and a fairly decent pick into the Syndra. However, considering that both these picks are have been picked in game 1, that means that all the safe blind picks for the mid lane will be out of the door for game 2. So
before you carry on, I need to interrupt you with a big shout out to Uncle Ismail with the fat stacks, gifting, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subs. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that here at the League Shout out.
The big stackaroo. That's absolutely fantastic and much needed, so that our fantastic production can continue their amazing jobs. Now, as I was saying, both of the mid laners, the blindable mid laners that you can take early on, they both have just left the building, because they will both be present in this game, meaning that from there on out, mid lane is going to be a bit harder to pick into. And then after that, we have got the sole full AD on the team for the in-house Unks, being the Viego. I wish you were here, my boys. Sai the wise, Sai the higher ranked, not the Swearlord Sai. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. But Sai will be extremely happy that once again Viego rears his head and decides to grace us with his presence on the Rift. And then in the top lane, we will be seeing the Volibear, which... for me, this is a matchup I haven't seen in a long while, and so I'm not too sure who actually comes out on top once these two behemoths in the top lane will start fighting, because Volibear is known to be a bit of a drain tank, has a massive heal, and can have some deceptive bursts, whereas Mundo can take an absolute walloping as well, and so basically you're going to have two tanks just wailing at each other and probably running up the damage charts like no other, and that will just and then we will see who comes out on top in the end. Mundo known for his once he gets his Warmogs and one giant belt for being able to sustain through anything, just backing off the wave, full healing up again. So it's going to be interesting to see how that will impact in this game. Meanwhile, Volibear, known for his massive bursts as well as sustain, should be interesting to see where this will go. Now, what I'm curious to see is, will certain laners make adaptations? Being, for example, whenever you're against the Volibear, be it a Warwick, be it an Illaoi, you want to get an early anti-heal, meaning that whenever they hit you, they won't be healing for as much. The question is, will Mundo be willing to pay the Bramble Vest tax early on, or is he just going to rush to his Spirit, to his needlessly large belts, to then go into the Warmogs? So that's going to be the question. For the team fights, you definitely need some of anti-heal for both Viego and the Volibear. So we'll see who will end up playing this tax. I gotta say, I'm a massive fan of both the logos, because we haven't seen a whole lot of Hardstuck as of late. And so the fun part is that some of these teams have amazing fun logos when they design it for their teams. So a big shout out to both the teams that design these logos. Meanwhile, we are about to get into the game, and so the big question here is going to be, with the fact that you have a Blitzcrank, will you go for something risky and invade, or are you just content camping out the classic bush and seeing if you can get a hook and maybe an early flash?
Invades are no longer a thing, Mass. You know, with how the timers are, you just can't do it anymore. I love to cheeky invade, even though every time I do it, day zero and Eunice will tell me don't do it. You know, but it's just not possible anymore.
I love level ones, and you can still do them now, but you need to be extremely decisive and basically make sure that somebody runs into you and then see if you can pick something out. But it's rather punishing if you have to wait somewhere and they don't show, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see what goes on here, and this feels like this is going to be a steady short of bombs from the Zillion straight into the bushes to try and scout out the Blitz, make sure he has a little amount of interaction. I'm also very much hoping to see that Blitz will try and hook the Mel using the reflect, and then Blitz all of a sudden finding himself under the turret or in the middle of the opposing team. There could be some real fun shenanigans there in the bot lane. Meanwhile, while we do look at the keystones here, not a whole lot which is out of the ordinary. The Volibear having opted for Lethal Tempo is something special. Though it's not something you see every day, but considering the amount of auto attacks that he's going to be able to weave in that lane, I don't really dislike the rune option there. And for the rest, it does feel rather standard across the board. So, meanwhile, we have a very aggressive trade in the mid lane. The Ahri looking for something onto the Syndra, but unfortunately that Scatter of the Weak making sure that nothing else would show up there. Meanwhile, classic early volley, push in here with your passive. Maybe a cheater recall, though ideally you would be willing to do that on the third wave. So we will be seeing here if they decide to up for it back or if they're just going to stick around. But for now, Viego outpacing Xin Zhao on clear, and so Viego will be getting access to that early scuttle. And the question now becomes is, do you double scuttle here or do you look for a gank somewhere? Viego being very good at resets, but early on you want to be careful, because if you fall behind as a reset jungler, it always feels very, very bad. Meanwhile, we do see them going for it, this fight in the mid lane, and that is an absolutely fantastic combination, charming up the Syndra and making sure that the Viego ends up getting the kill, shoving out the lane, and Viego will get access to the double scuttle. So that is some fantastic early gameplay, and ideally what the doctor ordered. Xin maybe looking to contest, however, he is too late. And that means that we have a 600 gold lead for the Viego, which means that he will get access to his items just a tad earlier and will be on the way to starting with the Kraken Slayer. From SciIM, I have been informed that Viegos have two main options to build. They either go for the Collector first or Kraken first. This looks like it will be a Kraken Slayer build first, which provides them with a fair amount of nice stats early on. And then for the junglers, it's back to their usual. They will start cycling through their camps, and at some point then the beautiful dragon will come into play, and that will provide another point of contention to fight over.
I think we're looking at a gank mid here, the Blitz hanging in the bush.
Yeah, Blitz trying to even this out. Does go for the flash, hook back, but Viego is turning around. And Blitz, my boy, I'm not sure you want to be here, because if you go down, that means that Viego all of a sudden has access to the one thing you do not want to be providing to him, and that is a hook. Unfortunately, he does end up missing it here. Viego going under the turret right away, and I feel that this has been a bit too aggressive, and he does end up falling, but was not tagged, and therefore it is just a suicide, and no gold is being given over to the enemy team. So in the end, very nice stuff. Pensive with a massive gold lead, and right now looking to really take control of this game. And now we do see the Blitz coming around on the bot side, and this should be very, very interesting. Pulling back right away, Reflect Open Flash is being used, but this should be all for naught as Silly Fox Girl decides to slay Oogway. So, but yeah, so far so good. And we do see that, and this is always something that pleases me a certain amount. Right now the meta is bring all the mages to the bot lane, and we move some of the AD carries up towards the top lane, becoming disgusting range merchants, to then have basically tanks or other top laners in the mid lane. So we get to shift all around, and I'm very much a fan of having an AD carry in the bot lane with mages in the mid lane. So I'm always happy to see when an AD carry these days does well. But so far so good. Top lane still the same usual. That being said, the Volibear is crafting out a nice lead while permanently pushing in his lane CS wise. And because of the earlier investments, this should be a free Draven over to the in-house Unks, who should be claiming this first one.
So Matt,
meanwhile,
I don't know if you said during the draft at all, who do you favour?
Ooh, well, pre-game, I probably would have said the wieners, the artificial wiener intelligence, for a very simple fact that they have a slightly easier comp to pull off, and as long as the Viego doesn't get ahead, you basically can just stack MR and you're good to go. Now, considering how this game has been going so far, and Pensive being able to get 3 kills on the board up until now, that means that the AD damage will definitely be present because the Volibear is going the AP route. Meanwhile, I am not sure that this set in your face is going to be long of this world, because he's going to have to do, oh, and a very good flash, meaning that he did avoid the hook, and that is a very, very, very big thing to be able to stay alive there, because in all fairness, he should have been dead. That being said, that does mean that the Grubbies should be going over to artificial wiener intelligence. So, but to answer your question, I probably would have gone with the wieners, because if Viego can't get the resets, then this comp kind of falls a bit flat. So, but credit where credit is due, the in-house unks are doing a fantastic job at making sure that they play out this rather well, and this is where I feel that the in-house has gone. The unks have gone a bit too far. The Viego was feeling himself a tad too much, and he just ends up giving over a kill towards the opposition. And I am skeptical about how much AP they've got, because if this Zin can do a fair amount of fairly good job in life stealing, then this is going to be a very rough game for the in-house unks.
Yeah. I think that from the Viego was very greedy and completely unnecessary, especially because they would have seen that blitz. They've only seen the blitz, should have just ducked out.
I agree with that. I agree with that. However, and this is the part where if you have a comp that is a bit more skewed into one direction, being the only AD source, as a jungler, what you generally want to be doing as soon as you get ahead is try and get into the opposing jungler's jungle, contest as much as possible, because whatever you can take away from his camps means that he generally can't come to your camps for free. That means that you just get a massive lead by subtracting gold from him and adding gold to yours, to your wallets. So that's gold and XP to your advantage. However, the risky part of this is you got to make sure that you do that when they aren't all ganging up on you, like this Blitz right now has decided to literally leave his Ezreal alone and is just going off completely. Meanwhile, we'll see if Rex will be able to get a kill back here. The auto attacks are doing a fantastic job, but Gloomy is doing a fantastic job making sure that they get something back, and that means now that Pensive has to run for his life and make sure he gets back and not give over another kill. So meanwhile, we're getting a lot of action here for a Hardstuck game. Nearly a kill a minute, and here we will see where the Blitzcrank went up top and just, well, basically this Volibear was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and then we had this fairly good change in the mid lane with Syndra then getting locked up by Rex. Rex looking to get a kill back, but not completely respecting the fact that there were a fair amount of balls on the map here, and then just gets hit back and dies. Pensive was trying to fix the wave state. Unfortunately, though, he got pushed off, and that now means that the gold lead has more or less completely disappeared. It's 500 golds after 12 minutes, which is basically a wash. And we will be seeing what's going to happen here, because we are setting up for this second dragon, and it would be big for the Unks if they're able to get both of these, because that means that they are halfway towards the soul, and Pensive is able to secure it. And now the question is, do they all get out? Which, by the looks of it, they do. And this is a nice investment, because 2 dragons up with the I'm blanking on the soul again. Chemtech soul to come up, which means that this should basically favor. I'd say that this soul favors actually the artificial wiener intelligence, because this soul will you really excel from it when you're fighting low in terms of HP, and right now the only person who might be wanting to go low is Pensive and Volibear, whereas Mundo, Xin will be more than happy to do so. And wow, we've got the Blitz looking for an absolute kill here, trying to predict the flash from the Volibear and still getting to it. Got pretty close to it, but the set in your face was able to dodge it. But yeah, other than that, and we're looking for a fight here. We're looking to see if we can get the Mundo to commit. Unfortunately, Uncle Isma is unwilling to look for anything, and therefore it just means that Pensive will fall back and start farming his camps. So, oh, and a beautiful rebuttal from Uguay in the bot lane, making sure that ult does nothing. As we see a full-time fight here going on in the top lane, but Set in Your Face decides to disengage rather quickly. So,
now, well, just looking at it, Unks are very AP heavy here. So what could Queen do to counter that? Here, items.
Well, the only way to really counter that is to get on whoever's engaging or going to be in the back line to get an abyssal, an abyssal mask. That would be a very useful item for the team of the Unks. The question is, who are you going to put it on? Because other than Set in Your Face, you don't really have a designated tank, so to speak, and basically the Volibear is not a happy camper when building that item. So it's kind of a bit of an issue here on how they're going to progress, because for that item to work, you need to be fairly close to the opposing person. So basically it's whoever is your hard engage. As we say that, it looks like Set in Your Face is not in for a fun time, and he most probably is going to go down to Uncle Isma, and that's just going to compound the misery at this point. So we do see a flash being forced from Silly Fox Girl in the bot lane, and now it just becomes a question of who goes where. Meanwhile, Rex missing on the double bump, unfortunately, and that means that there isn't a whole lot that can happen. But it looks like we will be getting first brick in the bot lane, whereas Rick has to bail out Uguay in the mid lane. And then we can move onwards. So first brick in the bot lane, answered by the turret being taken in the top lane, and that just means that Uncle Isma at this point is going to start running away with the game, or at least with this lane, because he is just going to quite simply go back, get his big item, and then start providing the stacks. So we're kind of starting to see the limit of this in-house Unks team. The Viego hasn't been able to find the angles to grow his lead anymore, and now it's all boiling down to how this is going to go. Now, the big advantage is they do have the first 2 dragons and are currently setting up for the 3rd one, and we see that they are very aggressively looking for the fight onto the Syndra. They absolutely want to be blowing up the Syndra, which should end up happening, so they get that pick. But the problem is they've meanwhile surrendered the dragon. Will they get back in time? And it is get secured by the Blitzcrank, and meanwhile we've got a massive fight falling down where we've got everybody is trying to get out. However, that's not going to be the case, and that means that 2 more people will go and end up dying to the side for the Unks, which isn't a horrible investment. I mean, you finally get back some extra kills onto the Viego, but you're going to need more here. You're going to need more to get those resets so you can truly start shining and providing that 80 damage. He has got those 2 critical items that Viego needs, being the Kraken Slayer and also the Collector. Next one, my guess, would be Shield Bow, although he kind of needs the raw damage. However, they're just going to brute force this inner turret, and the rebuttal comes out yet again. And so that means that the in-house Unks should be taking the base.
Was this the right call to go for the Syndra? For all of them to go in the Syndra, more specifically? Well,
to be fair, as for the Viego, he has no option. He has to go. I think that for the Volibear, it might have been a bit of a greed here. If he stays there, he could easily call them back. I actually think that if they would just, once the Syndra had been somewhat chunked, it would have been okay to then just turn back and still commit to the fight, because it would have been a 4v5 on the fight there. But once you burn the ultimate from the Ahri aggressively like that, you kind of have to make sure that it's either a punish or that she's most certainly can no longer show up to the fight. So I understand the idea. You want to create a pick before your objective and then being able to force a 4v5, which is a good idea, but Syndra crucially bought enough time. And then after that, you just are happy to take the dragon, stop the stacking for now, which that was interesting. It felt like that Blitz hook went straight through the Zillion, but for now, I kind of like it. Not only that, most of your team is getting ahead now, with the exception of the top laner, who is going to be behind and perennially behind this game. But that is just the nature of this Mundo versus lane, whereas we do see that they still have maximum dosage. Oh, and Pensive might be a bit in trouble here. We do have Rex walking under the turret, making sure that he can rejoin or potentially provide something, and that just means that it has been wasted. Whereas Ahri, I'm not sure you want to be where you are right now, because this could be a very dangerous spot, and is going to have to use Spirit Rush, but decides to go back in and trades a kill, actually. Well done. So that means that in the bot lane, this turret should be going down, and then the question is, where are you? Well, I was about to say they might be able to drift the Rift Herald out of there, but it gets blown up. That means that another kill goes over to the Unks. If we look at the gold leads, the Unks, the artificial Wiener intelligence has been able to claw back a whole lot of the gold which they lost at the Dragon, and that just means that right now it's more or less even yet again. And the longer that it's even, I feel the bigger the advantage is going to be for the Unks, because neither Ahri or Mel are really good at building tank busting things or overtime damage, such as Leandries or Bloodletter's Curse or something along those lines, which shout out, Bloodletter's Curse might actually go hard for one of these mages. The question is, who do you put it on? For the very simple reason is that the MR then gets burned away, My guess would probably be Ari, but that is remains to be seen. However, it looks like Artificial Arena Intelligence is making a call and have decided to go for the Nash to see if anybody would check. I love when certain teams do this, just stat checking an objective and
like
seeing, is there a vision check?
That's it. There's nothing else. They have no vision.
Yeah, but the problem is that, yeah, and if you should be able to keep track of something or some kind of form to just double check this, and this means that once again you're going to be slowing down the game for the Unks. And as I mentioned earlier, the longer this game goes, the better it is. Meanwhile, the Unks do get the third dragon, but if you trade a dragon for a Baron, I'm fairly certain which of the two this will favor, as we will see a big team fight here, and it looks like Viego has won the first reset, but after that it is chaos around, and that means that Pensive just gets blown up, and once Pensive is gone, that means no more 80 damage. Mundo Isma is just standing there taking everything, using maximum doses at the end, and he still wants to get the Mel. Not yet, not yet. There we go. Bye-bye, Mel. And in the meanwhile, he's just decided to dive 2 to it further on. And because the fact that the team is just so reliant on AP damage, that just means that you currently, unless if your AP carries can blow up a tank in one go, which they aren't really designed to do, that just means that he is going to walk through everything, tank through everything. And the ideal scenario then is for the winners, you focus Pensive on the Viego, you make sure that he's gone, and once he's gone, well, that leaves very little opportunity afterwards. And even look at this, Uncle Isma realizing that the entire team is basically, it's Pensive and the rest is all AP. He has decided to lock in the Spirit Visage as the third item, and that just means that he will be even harder to kill and heal even more. So I'm getting very concerned here to seeing how things are going to progress from here. And the Youngs, well, they might be able to get to the thing, but here we go, another pick being secured, and that just means that this Volibear is not long for this world, and down he goes. Meanwhile, Pensive had to bail out on the fight as well, and that just means that they continue taking the standing gold, which is the turrets, and increase their lead, which, unless if I'm mistaken, is mainly after having taken, it was more or less equal before they took that Nash, and now Uncle Isma is just walking into the base. Down goes Crispy Chicken. Looked like he got put into the fryer and decided to come out a bit more crispy than he would have liked. He got burned in the fryer too long, but they still end up getting the inhib here. Another rebuttal from Mel, and then the question is, are they just going to end it here? Which it looks like it, but down goes Uguay, and in the meantime the Ari gets hooked, goes down as well. Blitz is still barely alive, and right now that means that there's only one person left, and that is the Volibear. And now the question is, what do? It looks like they're gonna back out for now after taking half the base and having really increased this lead from more or less even Stevens, gone to a 7.5k gold lead in the blink of an eye. And now the question becomes for the Younks, how do you come back from this? Because this is where I'm very concerned about this. 180 threat, and Uncle Isma can go where he pleases.
I just don't know if they can come back from this. It's what is like, I don't know what the comp can do now as such.
Yeah, I feel like you had to
win his favor now.
Yeah, I agree. I feel he had to play from a lead, and that's always a bit of a risky way to execute this. Not only that, look at the items that the Zillion has built. It's basically to buff up to give that free Ardent Sensor item for tanks, but the only person who really benefits from that in his team is the Viego.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure if this is a good investment or not. So meanwhile, we do see another big trade going on in the bot lane between the two top laners, but Isma is just gonna walk back and is gonna heal everything, which he already is doing, and Set can't. And this has now turned into such a position that Set basically is just gonna be watching a whole lot. It's gonna need to call over Uguay to take over temporarily for him, and then just gets back, whereas Uncle Isma has just stood there. And that means that they're gonna have to give away the dragon, which, in my opinion, that soul is more or less the only thing that might be able to get them the soul, and maybe Elder would have been a way to get them back into the game.
Well, will they have time to get it to Elder in the first place?
Well, that's a very valid question. I mean, oh boy, Viego missing out on his ult, and he just gets slammed for it with a return ultimate from the Syndra, the Unleashed Power, and that just means that we have a bit of an issue here, and Syndra has ticked over. Well, sorry, I'm getting caught on what's going on with the Glumney, if the ult is up or not, because it's flashing there. But I was about to say, Syndra has ticked over her all-important execute damage range, has 2v1'd, and that just means that these inhibs and these turrets are not a whole lot longer for this world. And finally, a hook gets rebutted and Blitz gets pulled in. However, this is all too little, too late, as Wiener Intelligence is going to end up taking game 1 after a very convincing showing.
Very convincing indeed, and I think for me it all stemmed from the draft. You know, a very AP heavy comp with just one AD and no real tank, I guess, in a sense. You can go with no real tank, that's perfectly fine. You know, you can go for like a Quinn or a Teemo top, you know. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to go more, you know, damage assassin kind of route, then you need to have the rest of the team to back it up, and they just didn't this game.
I would very much agree on that. What I'm wondering is, was there anything else that they could have taken maybe in top lane instead of that Volibear as an answer? Generally, when you see a Mundo, a Gwen is always a good answer. Now you need to be proficient on the Gwen, so if you don't feel good on the Gwen, fine, but there are a boatload of options. I think in the top lane, I'm thinking about Yorick, Kled, Yone, Irelia, Aatrox, maybe even Warwick, which would have made life much easier in the top lane than the Volibear. In the end, the Volibear, the damage is nice, and he's tanked a more than fair share of the damage on the other side, but the problem is that Mundo was just tanking out so much more in the end. And if you add to that once they get to that late game stage, it's kind of curtains, and this is where I feel like the in-house unks were slightly there. The idea was there, but I feel that Mel plus Ari meant that they didn't have enough of a damage spread to warrant the Volibear in the top lane. So I reckon that the artificial Wiener Intelligence has done a good job at Wiener Intelligence, sorry, has done a good job at scouting that out, and basically he picked the Mundo knowing that, well, if it was Gwen, it would have been more AP, and any of the other options didn't seem to be in the wheelhouse of Set in your face. And therefore, we ended up with this result. a fun game to watch, an interesting game to watch nonetheless, but this kind of felt like a bit of a draft diffie. I would suggest that wait, before we go to break, I still think that there should be an MVP and ace for this game. Makes it easier at the end of the series to go for an MVP and an ace for the series. So MVP wise for this game, who would you take?
I'll take the Syndra. I think started off a bit slow at the beginning, but was able to kind of distract the enemy team. Was able to took on a 2v1 in the top lane just there before the end of the game. Was able to switch on, deal good amount of damage. Otherwise, do you know what? I'm going to switch it. Do you know what? It's actually the Blitz. It's actually the Blitz.
Oh, okay. Blitz. Okay.
The reason being is the roams. That Blitz was constantly on the map everywhere. The Blitz was either, in mid, was in the top, was in several times in the top lane, to gank onto this volley bear. And sometimes it didn't work out, but sometimes it did. And I think the Blitz was actually more integral to the game and the roams that it gave than anyone else in the team.
I was actually happy when you were saying the Syndra, because I was thinking that I would be able to cheekily pick the Blitz, and then all of a sudden you did the 180 and went with the Blitz. So very nicely done. No, I was about to point out that basically for me it's not necessarily the Blitz picking itself, but it's the adaptation. Being in a lane, realizing that basically if you ever hooked the Mel, they would just rebuttal and pull them towards you and then unload on you, meaning that the only real option you had was the Zilean. Or you could decide to team up with your jungler and then go to all these lanes and punish a bunch of times the overextending volley bear, which he naturally will do because of his passive. Realizing that, executing on that part. Hence for me, the Blitz definitely is the unsung hero of this game and does deserve the MVP vote. Meanwhile, for the I'll go first for the Unks. For me, the MVP on the Unks, this is a lot the ace for the Unks, this is a lot harder. I'm gonna give it to Uguay. Reason being that each time that there was an Ez ult that was designed for his team, he would rebuttal it. He rebutted more than a fair share of things and tried to bring this in the advantage for his team. I would have considered Pensive early on for how he was playing on the Viego. However, he decided to just push that a bit too far, ended up being caught once or twice. And after that, he couldn't really do a whole lot because he had lost his lead, unfortunately. So I think that Uguay on the Mel is deserving of the ace. Who would be your ace?
I don't know. So I'm going to go with your pick, with Uguay. But we're going to have to put it to a break. Quick 5-minute break whilst the other teams get set up for the next game. So we'll see you back here shortly and we'll hand out those points. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in game 2. And I think we're going to head straight into drafts. Yes, we are. The teams have decided to take the same sides here. They're not switching.
Always makes it easy, because then you can keep all the logos on the same spots.
Exactly.
Producer must be very happy with that.
That benefits me. But again, we're seeing similar bans from game 1. Amongst the exact same bands, actually, that got the Jarvan and the Wukong. Slight tweak in the bands from Artificial Ween with the set and the brand. I don't think I saw that for game 1 there. But it's still doing a bit of the top bands. And I can assume the brand, maybe it's a jungle band?
Brand can be played in jungle or as support. Right now he's better off as a support, or really good into if you want to be bursting out tanks. Like for a burn build, Brand is a very good option. Artificial Wiener Intelligence is starting with a Ziggs pick, which I gotta say is more fairly decent. The in-house Unks, after having opted into full mages last time round, they're like, yeah, no, let's not do this again. Let's actually go with a proper AD carry and add a normal support to that rank, so they now have a very clear engage option. The Kaisa does show to me that they kind of want to do a bit of a dive comp, so I'm curious to see what they're going to pair that with. In the meanwhile, we see the Braum being added, which, and I'm assuming that the Ziggs is the bot laner, so the APC. And now the question becomes, what are you going to do after that? Because now you kind of got to lock in your, well, normally I'd say jungler, but Aatrox can be taken as well. In-house Unks are really deciding to opt in for that full dive comp, so they pair that nicely with Nocturne. I very much like that. Now the question is, what are you going to use in the mid lane and the top lane? Because if you want to pair that with a dive comp, you're going to be wanting to look at something like a Galio to join, Nocturne potentially, or a Shen or something along those lines. However, those have really bad matchups or lane matchups into the Aatrox.
Oh wait, my mic was muted. Is that the first Aatrox we've seen? I have a feeling it is. It's the first one on stream we've seen. I don't know if it's been in the Hardstuck.
In the Hardstuck, probably in the Weenie Hat, we've seen Synthet piloting the Aatrox so far. So we have been seeing that so far. However, I do like the fact that Artificial Wiener Intelligence is realizing that, hey, we might have a problem with this dive here. We need to get something off there. So they remove the Galio, and then that means that the Alawi gets picked, which has a fairly decent matchup into the Aatrox. That will be an interesting all-out brawl in the top lane, not the wet noodle fight that you generally tend to see in the top lane with two tanks just basically farming away and stacking as much as possible. However, is the Artificial Wiener Intelligence gonna fall for the same trap as the in-house Ungs did in the last game by going double AP? No, they're gonna make sure that they get two forms of melee, 80 damage in there, adding seemingly the Trundle to the team. And they decided to change it at the last second and are locking in a Scion, which, well, it could be Lethality Scion. We'll wait and see. But if that is Tank Scion, then I'm getting slightly worried about what's going to happen, because then basically we're getting the same thing as the in-house Unks did the previous game, except for we got two carries here, and we end up getting a lock at the end.
Oh.
I can't recall having seen one on stream yet.
I haven't seen one ever.
Oh,
so this would be interesting to watch.
So we are gonna get a lock. I know it has been played in. I've seen it in the results. It has been played in the Winiat. That I am very sure about, but but other than that, there isn't a whole lot that will change here. So this should be fairly interesting to see how this is going to move forward. And that being said, Locke is a champion that will dive through, or has the ability to dive through a couple of people and go for some damage on the end. So the in-house hunks, it's basically, please everybody pile onto the Ilawi, which you don't want to be doing either way. And once they've all piled onto Ilawi, we will then engage on your backline and try and inverse the lane state so that our backline is on your backline and we just blow them up from the backside. So looking at these two comps, I have a clear preference. How about you?
Well, before I go into that, predictions are live, ladies and gentlemen, so if you have some Stimo coins by watching the streams or by winning some previous Gamba, and you want to vote on who you think will win Game 2, vote right now. I can already see someone has went all in on artificial intelligence. Now, for my pick, so Locke, is he AD or AP?
AP.
AP, okay. Okay, so we've gone. I do like the in-house hunks. I especially like it because it's got an Alawi, and Alawi's, you know, my champ, you know, my Amazonian woman, right there. Looking at the artificial intelligence, Cyan probably, just like the last game, I think that will be going tank Mundo, which I think you disagree with there.
If it's tank, I am concerned because then you've got one source of AD and all the rest is AP, which both Nock and Ilawi can very well put on a Spirit Visage, thereby nullifying damage and just making sure that they just heal out more, which then innately makes them more tanky. So it's a cheap option to really resist the team here. So that is my concern with how this team is currently constructed.
No, I can see that. Are we going to see a flip from game 1? You know, Unks learning the lesson, going for more traditional comp, but Artificial taking on, saying maybe we can do your comp but better. We'll have to see, but I think I'm more aligned with the Unks here on this one. A lot more engaged, focused, not passive at all. A lot more damage focused for sure. And I think, like you said, you know, if they try to jump in all onto one target like the Alawi, she just has to hit ult. And then it's absolute chaos, and then you have Nocturne ult on top of that. I don't know what Locke does, so I'm not gonna comment on his playstyle.
Well, interestingly enough, if you put both drafts into a website called Draft Gap, which is what I love looking at when it comes to drafting and understanding what is strong and not strong based on the patch, if we're looking at the numbers, it should be heavily favored for, would you believe it, the artificial intelligence. So once again, they've done their work and they've decided that let's go with the data and stick with it because it hasn't led us astray so far, making sure that they use their AI to, or in this case AW, to make sure that they come out on top and technically win the draft. However, it's going to come down to execution wise, and for me, this kind of
both teams kind of have the same issue as the last game, where unless if I don't see Rise doing it, I don't see him changing his build because he's got a very specific build. So my guess would be that it would have to come from Ziggs, where Ziggs opts for the burn keystone, and just decides to go for a full burn build, being Blackfire first item, Blackfire torch, then into let's say a Leandri's, and then into Bloodletter's Curse or something along those lines, so that they really have a burning damage, a lasting damage that will continue to eat away at the opposition. However, I don't feel that's the best use of Ziggs right now in the patch. Like, he is really strong where he just goes damage and can just blow up people. So I'm kind of curious to see which route they will go down. Other than that, I think that I'm very curious to see how certain interactions go, because I have been one of those people who is like, I find Locke as a champion completely overloaded in his kit. He's got too many dashes where he can just blink towards a target, deal a proper chunk of damage, then can basically activate a skill where he gets refunded the boatload of damage that he takes. He gets refunded back as his own health, so it's kind of like a little bit of a Tam Kench passive on the E that he has, but then that as an active. And his ultimate kind of works stackingly, so each time that he gets to kill somebody with the ultimate, it will do extra damage in the future. So for me, I have been banning that champion because nobody can play against it, and nobody seemingly understands how to play against it. And once it gets ahead, it is an absolute nightmare unless you have point and click CC, which artificial wiener intelligence does not have for this game. There isn't a single point and click CC that comes out. So I'm very concerned here for our artificial wiener intelligence on how this team is gonna go. If we take it to the ultra late game, I do think that they have a way to come out on top, and then the Rise does become like a semi-tank, which means that Locke will have less people to focus on. However, if the Locke does the laning phase properly, then this should not be a fun matchup, so to speak. So I'm actually going to Google a bit, see Rise Locke matchup, because I'm very interested in how this should go. My idea would be that it is favored for the Locke, and basically what is written here as well that gets provided is the Rise versus Locke matchup is a slight disadvantage to even matchup. The disadvantage being slightly for the Rise, because the Rise, during the entire laning phase, Rise can get pressured by the strong burst damage from Locke, and that is where the pitfall is. However, Rise has excellent wave clear, meaning that if Locke was hoping to basically just shove out the lane and then roam around, be it some like a Katarina or an Ahri or something along those lines, he won't be able to do that. So the question here becomes, and this probably will be our matchup to consider, will be how will this Rise versus Locke matchup go into the game? Will be the one lane that are...
We will find out now as we go into game.
And so this is going to be a really interesting one. I'm very curious to see how this will go.
Well, the audience is in all belief of Artificial Wing, with 81% of the vote going towards them winning game 2. So there's faith here on blue side.
There is some serious faith in the artificial wing intelligence. So let's see if it is if it's correct or if it's misplaced faith. Meanwhile, we see the classic opening where a little ward is being dropped onto those raptors to try and spot out where everybody starts. And I think that the first couple of levels is where this Rise really has to shine. He's going to have to make sure that he clears these waves as much as possible. And we already see the Lock making sure that he uses his ritual nails to proc off the electrocute. So that's a strong gap. Meanwhile, we do see a team, a bit of a fight early on where the Braum gets heavily chunked by the bot lane. Interestingly enough, might be worth noting as well, the Unks have reshuffled their team, because Uguay now has moved to support, the mid laner has gone AD carry, and Rex has gone from support to mid lane. So that part is being fun. We see a bit of a rotation there. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's still the standard same people in the same roles.
Well,
and
we can currently see, if you look, the Nocturne just went straight for the Raptors, so skipped the blue and has gone straight for the reds, blue side's red camps. And yes, Aatrox is doing the same thing.
yeah, and meanwhile, we do see Rex taking a pretty bit, getting chunked out fairly decently on the back end there. However, and it does look like somebody has figured out that he has to come out here, and that could very well be First Blood, and will be First Blood after Crispy Chicken decides to flash on top of Rex and unloads with his Q3. And then that just
two
means
flashes
that
out there,
yeah,
both from the
and
Lock and the Aatrox.
And I gotta say, I like Pensive adapting fast. However, because there was a ward, they were able to notice that Pensive had changed. Meanwhile, look at this. It looks like Rex wants some payback, and he is going to get the payback. And not only that, that means that Rex is able to protect the camps on the top side from Pensive, and this will end up being an advantage for the Unks, as we have Uguay being the eternal pain of a support, and I can feel it up till here, making sure that he decides to just interrupt the backs and denying that all crucial back for Ziggs. And having mentioned earlier, I was like, maybe Ziggs could go for this the burn rune. They haven't opted to, and so my concern here remains how this is going to go. But so far it kind of feels like we're seeing deja vu from last game, except for the teams have flipped the compositions around a bit, and they are now currently a bit in that same place. We do see Uguay still continuously looking for that little edge, trying to make sure that he can get onto Silly Fox Girl and unload her. Meanwhile, we do see...
Sorry, what? What was that?
Well, he wanted to... yeah, I see what you done. But we do see multiple trades going on, and it does look like Rex might be in a bit of trouble and has to dash back to the Rise because of Crispy Chicken locking him up in a zone, and that means that the Rise does get an all-important kill, which this lane, I told you, it's the one to look out for. It is a even to slightly favored towards the Lock, but if Rex ends up giving a couple of kills over, then this Rise could really take over. And let's be fair, you've got 3 melee champions, or 3 melee orientated champions, being both the Lock, Pensive on the Nocturne, and Set in your face on the Alawi into a Rise. That means that he is going to be able to become that Gatling style gun mage that you love seeing in the mid lane. So meanwhile, Uruguay making sure to freeze that wave so that their AD carry can get them in. By the way, do you know the name of the AD carry? Because all I see is Chinese, Japanese symbols. And I very much would like to call the person by their name instead of just looking at their symbols.
I can try and find out.
Thank you. Meanwhile, we do see Pensive has gone too deep yet again, which he did in the last game as well, and so we do see Purgatory come out, and this could be a potential kill, and down goes the thing, and therefore right now they're just gonna try and blow up the Aatrox, and they end up taking that Crispy Chicken as well. Guess that Crispy Chicken got put into the fryer yet again, and that is an absolutely massive win for the Ungs, because
so let's have a look at that.
Not looking good
the Nocturne
at all.
Was invading. Decides ult flash, Rise ults in to try and catch out the Nocturne, but he jukes it, and then it's just straight onto the Rise, not caring about this Aatrox at all. Just shut down this Rise. And with that, that allowed time for the Alawi to pull up. Now this Nocturne ult, look at that HP, it's so small. Just gave enough time for Alawi to get in and execute Aatrox. That was well played by Pensive.
Extremely well played, because he used his passive on both the Aatrox and the blue buff to stay alive there. So that was extremely well played with the Umbral Glaive. Hats off to that, but the more important part here is that Purgatory, the ultimate from Locke, was able to pick up the kill on Glumly because he walked back, and that now means that ultimate will permanently do some extra damage. So, and this is the important part. Look at the matchup in the mid lane. It is our special matchup, and it is so far really not disappointing at all. Meanwhile, we do see, and as you can see, Locke can just dash in and just dash out. The fun times is definitely there. Meanwhile, we do see Set in your face being able to grab the Scion Soul, but won't get a whole lot done, and that means that the Unks decide to go to the other side and pick up and secure that first dragon. I would be guessing that Crispy Chicken will then run out of base and go straight for the grubs on the other side, which should be very something they definitely can end up taking. And in the meanwhile, Locke, even though he dashed in and got rooted up, just walks out without any issue. I'm not I saw Aatrox was thinking about that top lane gank and then thought better of it, because remember, that's an Aatrox who loves fighting against multiple people. They get to get some extra tentacles for that kind of stuff, and unfortunately I am not into that tentacle fetish where you keep running in and just get extra tentacles that you can slap around at people. That being said, it looks like Crispy Chicken does get spotted out, is only able to secure one grubby, and with Set in your face coming down here, that means that this should be another objective being picked up by the Unks, who are starting this game very, very strongly, much to the dismay probably of people who have invested their skills on them, or their Steamo coins. And we do see that Rise is in the wrong position, and they're just gonna get picked up. I think the paranoia was a bit of an overkill there. Pensive didn't need to use that ultimate, but
I think the Rise just got baited there. That's what happened. You know, that Nocturne, not Nocturne, Nautilus. You know, kept in there for a good amount of time so that the team from the Grubs could come in and execute. But you are right, that Nocturne ult was maybe a bit unnecessary. But it's always fun to fly around the map.
But the thing that I'd like to point out is, don't you have a deja vu at this point here? The team with the 1 AD option is falling behind, and the reason they're falling behind is because the support is making roams. Tell me you haven't seen this before.
I think we did, but I think it was the other way round last game. Now I'm going to sign off and stop jibber jabbing whilst Day Zero is going to tag in for me. Welcome, Day Zero. Thank you for saving us.
Hello. You're right. A little 2-hour tube journey, you know, as if work wasn't enough pain. TFL had to curse me and leave me in a 2x time commute, but you know, it's fine. We're here for game 2. And yeah, Mahaswara, run me through what the situation is so far, because I caught bits of the game.
So basically, game 1 and game 2 are kind of, we'll say, deja vu. In game 2, we've got one side being artificial Wiener Intelligence has decided to opt for 1 AD threat with a tank and 2 mages, hoping that they'll be able to provide enough damage, whereas on the other side you have a more classic team comp, I would say, from the Unks, making sure that they have a Bruce from the top lane, a proper jungler.
Ooh, big flash coming in there by Uguay. Gonna see the killer instinct come out by Levi as well. Gonna get a little bit of damage, but not much else will come of that one. But yeah, sorry to distract you on there, but no, I see what you're saying about the two mages, right? But there's a key difference in this one, in my opinion, versus the other one. In game 1, when the in-house Unks drafted 2 mages, they drafted 2 burst mages, right? They drafted Ari. Ooh, another big hook to come in. Not much should come of it though, just a little bit of pressure, if anything. But as I was saying, you had 2 burst mages, right? You have Ari, who's like very mobile, very burst heavy. And you have Mel, who again, she has decent sustained DPS, but the main reason she is strong is for the reflect, which they abused in lane when they could, and for her ability to blow up a squishy target fairly quickly if they don't know she's there. Let's see another hook coming. Paranoia gonna land here on the Braum, flash by Eldavari, but it's not gonna be enough. Levi is gonna get it, and then now in comes Crispy Chicken, gonna land the Q3 here. Pensive should be dead, and that's a 1-for-1 here for artificial Wiener Intelligence, who need to say, as someone who faced both of these teams are like very much completely different from when we saw them in groups, like in the beginning, right? In Artificial Wiener Intelligence's first iteration, which when we first faced them, they had Isma, they had, ooh, hold up, Levi is just getting dove there. That is a really good roam there, courtesy of Crispy Chicken and Gloomy. But yeah, as I was saying, they had new meta as their AD carry. They had Silly Fogskull as their mid laner, and so they've made some kind of alterations here. They've moved Silly Fogskull into the bot lane, which I think makes sense considering the meta at the moment is a lot of AP carries bot anyway. Gloomy has been a very consistent addition. I think this is his 2nd series for them, and all they've done is win with him thus far. But with this Drake coming up, we have a little bit of a start here of a fight. The ultimate's going to come out by Rex. Rex is going to get himself that 3rd kill of the game. Got the Ignite ticking as well on their mid lane. A double kill for the Lock, and nice dash there by Crispy Chicken to get himself to safety, but really rough there. And I don't know if you've seen it too much, but I feel like there is an effect that Locke has been having on the tournament in general, which is he's just so strong at the moment. People have been either banning him or he's been taking over games. But look at this fight here. We see the Unks are going to take the Dragon pretty much uncontested, and then they take a fight afterwards, and they're building a good gold lead for themselves.
when it comes to Locke, the only thing that I can say for certain is whenever I see him in games, basically, unless you have point and click CC where you can just start a CC chain onto him, he just gets away with everything. He's absolutely horrendous, as we see this replay here, where we see not offensive instantly fearing, and then you've got Purgatory coming through, making sure that they blow up the first person, and he's got so much mobility here that he's just gonna dash out, use his other ability, the healing one. Let me think. Is that's a soul ignition? Yeah, the soul ignition. So he's gonna get decaying movement speed and attack speed, but he then gets a massive amount of healing back off of any damage that he takes, which just makes it so that he can dash in, dash out, and there's like, unless you can literally just blow him up instantly, where in the jungle, the only jungler that I have seen able to contain him somewhat, it has been Vi. If you don't see a Vi on the other team, basically there isn't enough point and click CC to completely lock him down and just blow him up. And that is kind of the issue right now. He does feel a bit too strong and takes over too many games, as we see the ultimate being popped in the top lane, and Uncle Isma just being the absolute nuisance that a traditional Scion is. And just being able to blow up a boatload of things.
Oh, hold up. Rex is unaware here that he's in a 2v1. Gonna burn the flash. Ooh, I keep eyes there. Not much there for him to get. And that's gonna be a nice shutdown though for Gloomy. Gonna be more than happy to pick up that extra gold there. I think realistically, one of the things here that Artificial Wing Intelligence have going for them, or hold up, as the paranoia comes in, and Gloomy is gonna go straight back to the fountain. Nice kill there for Pensive. 2-1-5 right now on this Nocturne. And like I was saying, one of the things I think is really nice for this team comp, they lack range, right? Like they have the Ziggs for poke, but like he's the only one that has range. The Rise is very short range. He's like what, 550, 550 units, I think. But like all of his abilities are within that purview, and he does tons of damage as long as you're within that range of him. Kai'Sa and Locke are not particularly long range either, but the rest of their comp kind of puts them in a situation where as long as they are ahead of this Rise, they should be able to just swarm him, right? Like, as long as we saw in game one thing that the in-house Unks did very well was they were able to overload one side of the map and find picks, right? Like, outside of finding picks, they didn't really do much else impressive. But I loved seeing them commit 4 members to a side lane and catching someone off guard. And they did it on repeat, and now they've got a comp that does it even better. Right now they have Paranoia on cooldown. They have all of the mobility out of this lot. They have Killer Instinct for the Kai'Sa. And a support that can set up these plays as well, as we see. On cooldown, yet again, in comes Pensive on the Paranoia. And the Rex will pick up his 6th kill of the game here. So really good play here by the in-house Unks, who have built themselves about a 2k gold lead. But in comes Crispy Chicken, looking to do something here to set in your face. And then, okay, well, we talked about overloading a side lane. In come the Wieners with a 5-man commit to the top lane to shut down set in your face. But a really good rebuttal here from the side of in-house Unks. They just go, all right, well, we know where every guy on your map is, on the map is right now, so we're just gonna casually take all of your T1s. You'll see Lockers get a ton of solo gold on the bot side as well. It's huge.
But I like the answer then from the Unks, because it's like a bit of a tango here. You do one thing, we do another thing, then we do something in the Unks here. They didn't decide to open up both the mid and the bot lane. Both turrets are now gone, which, if there's one person who's going to really benefit from that, it's Pensive, because he loves having those larger ranges where he can now just scoot around, take some camps left, right, and center, and look at that. The ultimate's already up.
Big Killer Instinct going to come out here onto the Ziggs. A 3-man commit means Silly Foxgull's going to just die, and this should be a dead Braum alongside it. And oh, okay, gonna see the ultimate there out by Locke. A little bit overzealous, I think, but with Drake up.
Purgatory used indeed, and not only that, if you go back a bit, you could see that Pensive had the option to either go after the Rise again, after Gloomy, or he could join in the mid lane. Obviously, the mid lane was the safer and the better option there, but that just goes to show that right now with these more extended lanes, he's gonna have a really fun time choosing his targets and just using his ultimate basically on CDR to create advantages across the map.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I imagine that I've forgotten what the name of the Steel Sigil, I think it's called, in his inventory right there, is going to be going towards a GA. I think GA third item in this comp, because their comp is 4/5 a dive comp, right? The only person who can't dive with the team is the Alawi, and that's because they want her to be constantly playing on side lanes and dealing with this Scion, and kind of try to keep at least one, hopefully more than one person out of the team fights, right? And then they want to just commit several members. We see here they're going to go top side. They're going to stop the ultimate there for Isma. In comes Lock, but they don't quite have the damage here. And that's going to be a shutdown onto Lock there. So Ziggs is going to be happy to pick up that gold. And yeah, this is where I think sometimes you will see these plays might go a bit awry here. They are a bit ahead in gold, but I think the team fighting prowess does go for MiniLCS. Q2, Q3 will land, and Crispy Chicken is trying his best here, but he's in a little bit of no man's land, as we see that's going to be 2 quick kills over to Levi, but the name of the zombie has escaped my brain. Sion's corpse is going to chase Levi out of that one, and they will get the consolation prize of the T1 top here. And the Ziggs ability to siege is unparalleled.
And I'm going to point out that Isma kind of missed it here, because initially Levi, that's the AD carry, right, was standing next. Yeah. Was standing next to them, so he could have just gone like hit dead and then chased the other one back into his team. He decided to first up here to take out it was Uguay, I think it was. Yeah, it should have been Uguay. We will see here as a replay where first you get the paranoia here and the ultimate, whereas Locke here kind of forgets to use the ultimate in the end. No purgatory is used, he goes down. And then what we see after that is basically a fairly decent dive startup with a TP coming in. The TP getting interrupted, meaning that this is a 4v3, but then look at the Aatrox. 2-2 Q3 goes in. Kaisa Levi is able to survive, and look here. The AD carry is literally standing next to them. And Isma kind of got a bit greedy by first going for the Nautilus. So he could have had both there. But still, this is a really nice return fight. They do get a turret in the end. So all in all, this is a very good play for the Wiener, the artificial Wiener intelligence.
Yeah, it was a good play for them considering they were behind. I want to say, though, that I think it was predicated on bad target selection. Because I don't think we ever want to see Paranoia used on Sion. Sion is so beefy, he's so bulky, like their team isn't designed to kill him. If Kaiser's not there to shred him, he shouldn't die. And yeah, given enough time, I think Nocturne could kill him. But you know, when you don't know where the enemy team is on the map, and you're trying to make one of those kind of flash in the pan type plays, although hold up, because we're going to see Realm Wolf is going to come in. Gloomy is going to be able to lock up Uguay. Hook is going to go onto the Brawn, but oh, look at the damage coming out onto Nautilus, and that is the machine gun prowess of Gloomy on this Rise that's going to make that happen there. Ultimate's going to come out by Ziggs, and we're going to chase down this Lock here. He's going to go down. And these team fights from in-house Unks have just been really rough thus far. We spoke about how we wanted the Alawi to be drawing pressure, but in reality, artificial Wiener intelligence are just letting her push and taking 5v4s that they are winning hard right now. And we're seeing Pensive is probably going to pay with his life for this. Just about walks out. Ultimate is going to come out. Leap of faith there by Alawi, but Alawi can't even kill anyone here. She's 4v1 as a double kill over to Crispy Chicken. And that's going to be the 8th kill of the game for Aatrox here, who is very strong right now. He's on 3 items. He's going for again, what looks to be probably a GA, I imagine. We do now know that Nautilus is going... sorry, not Nautilus. The Nocturne is going for... rest in peace to Levi there. We know he's going for the Death Stance instead of the GA, which I don't like in comparison. But to be fair, I think in the neutral game state that we have now found ourselves in comparison to when I was saying he should build GA, you know, I think Death Stance is a good item, right? It's going to keep him alive a little bit longer in these fights. Will allow him to get lethal tempo a little bit easier because he'll be able to just survive longer. It's also an item that's great against multiple damage types because of the fact that it just relieves pain. So all of the damage you take is extended to 3 seconds worth of damage, right? It turns everything into damage over time that you can then mitigate by getting kills. So even though it doesn't give MR, it's still good.
And here we see that replay where you've got the 2v2 up on the top side, which then I like how Purgatory was used. The problem is no damage was done onto the Aatrox with the Purgatory, meaning that in the end Luck kind of gets locked up, and then we've got this massive long chase going around the map where they are just looking for Pensive. Pensive seemingly gets out, gets to a fellow colleague, is able to get out there. However, the minions end up confirming his fate, and then Ilawi is just stuck in no man's land. Meanwhile, we do see the ultimate from Kai'Sa coming out here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was close by, and that just means that they end up falling shortly. As we do get a little
100%.
pause, we saw that there was a little disconnect going on there, so I'm assuming that that is what they are currently trying to fix. And we will, once that comes back, we will get it back. But this is also what I pointed out earlier on in the game. And this is for me a bit of the difference between the RE Mel on the one side and here the Rise. The Rise, and you mentioned it, the Gatling gun Rise is all good and well, but the problem is you've got 3 melee champions, because technically Locke, even though he throws out some things and has a lot of dashes, is a melee champ. You got 3 champions who have got to get up close and personal with the Rise to do that sustained DPS. So that is where the only saving grace there currently is on the team. I would be curious to see what the current build is, because I actually said early on that for me, on, for example, the Nocturne, and I'd love to, you being a Nocturne main, I'd love to hear about this. What would you think about putting a Spirit Visage on the Nocturne here?
Hold up, because we are back in game and we are straight into a fight as we're going to see Paranoia comes in straight into an exhaust, and that is so many dead unks here. As again, this is I need to mention it because it's like the 4th time it's happened. We keep fighting without Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is the primary damage source on our team, and we keep taking fights without him. Quadra kill. Sorry, was it? No, sorry. I think I wanted to see there. I thought I saw quadra kill by Crispy Chicken, but those numbers didn't went up. It was just a shutdown. But either way, the gold has swung here, and it's now very much in favor of the wieners because in Hellsunks just keep playing team fights bad. Like, there's no other explanation to it. They keep fighting without their primary damage source, the only player on their team with 3 full items at that point. You know, we do now have, obviously, the Death Dance finally completed for Nocturne, but, you know, again, when we think of the philosophy of the team comp they've drafted, you want all of your members to be going for the enemy team's carries, the enemy team's damage threats. But again, as we see in this replay, they start by wailing on Sion. And I'm like, Sion's not your problem, you know? And then we have Aatrox and the Rise and the Ziggs are moving as a 3-man unit, and they're forcing away people in the mid lane. They have control of the mid wave. And as soon as Nocturne finally does commit, well, now he can't even stick to the target because there's just so much damage coming out of Aatrox and so much damage coming out of Rise, and it's so difficult for them to really do anything.
And once they finally all fall, that's the only time when the Kai'Sa finally showed up, right?
Yeah,
so that's
exactly.
The big part. That
once everybody on the Hellsunks was dead, now Kaiser's here, and it's been that way in about 3 fights. And if we looked at the previous replays we had, right, we saw very much similar situation. Paranoia gonna come through yet again. Gloomy's gonna flash to get himself to safety there, and those room prison flash away combos, you know. This Scion skin is low-key kind of game-breaking, right? He keeps going weirdly invisible. Or am I tripping?
Yeah, I've also noticed that, but I'm wondering if that's not a spectator bug more than anything else.
Maybe. I have no idea, but if it was in-game, that is so bad. We might have to if that keeps happening. Yeah, it's crazy work.
So, but I've noticed this already happened in lane when he was level 5, so it's probably worth asking them after the game. But if that was also visible for them, but yeah, because look here, he seemingly is invisible again behind the team.
No, 100%.
So,
I mean, I do want to talk a little bit as they crack here onto these inhibitors of what this means contextually, right? I don't know if we've spoken too much about it on stream, but this is the deciding game for who makes it out of Group C as the sorry, no, not Group C. Is it Group D? I think. Let me double check.
Yeah.
I believe it's Group C. It was my group, so I should know this, but I don't.
I'll tell you, it is Group C. It is Group C, nice. And basically, whoever wins here will improve to a record 3-1, and will have a chance, a more than fair chance to get out.
Oh no, they will be out. It's the last game. It's the last game in the of the group. So essentially, with the context of the group, how it works is Artificial Wing Intelligence and In-House Unks have both lost to Beer Before League. So Beer Before League are locked in at first place, and they know who they will be facing in week 1 of playoffs, the winner of Mace Deck of Cards or Slay Station 5, who are currently playing right now. And if you want to watch it, go watch Damon's stream, because he's doing a POV stream. But yeah, the winner of this game will be facing Team Kindle in the first round of playoffs. So they are the first place team from Group B. But you know, as all of the Artificial Wing Intelligence players have liked to kind of point out, they are the lowest ranked in power rankings team among all of the Hardstuck teams. You know, there was kind of a low expectation of this roster, and I think partially because of roster moves that they've made is we're going to see the Leap of Faith come out here by Set in Your Face. A ton of healing is coming in. We see Paranoia comes in, but Nocturne just doesn't stick to his target here. They look like they are actually going to get kills here, though, as Locke is going to kill Isma, and they're going to get the GA off of the secondary target here. We're going to see Killer Instinct come in. Eldabari is going to go down. Flash is going to come out by the Ziggs. Ziggs is trying to keep himself alive here, but that is one chunky Aatrox who creates a ton of space. But look at this. Okay, low health bars here for the in-house Unks. That was a fat Q there by the Rise, but Rise takes one step too close and Set in Your Face, who's been alive for this entire fight, just kills him with the tentacle there. Nice Zhonya's here by Silly Foxgirl's gonna create a little bit of extra space, but Triumph is gonna make sure Nocturne doesn't make a fatal mistake there in walking on one of those landmines. But what was that? 3 for 5, right? I think in-house Unks got 5 kills and 3 people died on the side of the Unks. It's a move in the right direction for the in-house Unks. Let's put it that way.
And I'd like to point something out here. I mentioned earlier, why not get a Spirit Visage, right? On both Ilaoi and Pensive on Nocturne. Ilaoi's got that Spirit Visage, and you should have seen how low she went, and then all of a sudden, you just get those massive tentacle slaps with currently no healing cuts other than on the Scion. As long as you don't tag the Scion, you're good to go. And Set in Your Face was just able to heal through all that, which now means that it's going to be interesting to see if they can do something.
Watch this fight though. Here we go. Sion's going to land the ultimate onto 3 people. Leap of Faith is going to come out, but look at the red health bars go down. Kaiser's being forced out of this fight by Isma, and everyone is so low here. Leap of Faith is still going, but the rest of the Unks are dead. It is Levi and his lonesome right now as he's being forced out of the way by Isma, who again, Isma made so much space in that fight. I wouldn't be surprised. Can we see damage numbers real quick? Because I have a strong feeling that this Alawi is gonna have like, yeah, there we go. This Alawi is gonna have highest damage in the game just purely because of the fact these team fights. She lives for so long and she wails on so many people. But is this actually game? Because 4 members here for Artificial Win Intelligence. Levi doesn't have it in him to stop this, I don't think. He could try, but he's going to eat the Q3 Killer Instinct back into his turret, and he's just dead. As this is going to be the game. Uguay, you can't stop them, and that is a major upset, to be honest. If power rankings are to be believed, Rex is going to throw himself in, but they say don't hit the Vlad, hit the Nexus. And Win Intelligence are going to take it in a quick 2-0. And that is the Group C finalized there for all of our viewers. You know, with that in tow, we look and we see our final standings for Group C. And let me just hit F5 so that it rejigs. Yeah, so with 7 points and 3 set wins and the tiebreaker, BBL are first, but Artificial Win Intelligence will punch their ticket into playoffs here. 20th ranked team in the power rankings, full of players who say they should be in Weenie Hut, but here they are, top 8 in the event right now. You know, they have made that top 8 cut, and yeah, congratulations there to Artificial Win Intelligence. We're gone.
And can we just also congratulate the people who have been doing the rankings or have been saying the cutoff if you can play in the Weenie Hut or not? Because if you, as quote-unquote wieners, can make the top 8 in a Hardstuck, then one of 2 conclusions should be made. Number 1 being the Hardstuck ain't that Hardstuck and might not be such a step up, or number 2, those players really do belong in the Hardstuck helmet groups, which is Hardstuck helmets. I'm going back to the team last year. Hardstuck.
Yeah, that's a team.
That's a team. I was about the Hardstuck.
Well, no, we removed the thing you're thinking of is with the bracket used to be called Hardstuck Heroes, and that has a very unfortunate acronym. So I changed it this season, and we are just Hardstuck. We are going to be just Hardstuck forever now, until you know.
Come on,
Hardstuck
come on! No, you got a funny new acronym.
Very not good acronym, you know. And yeah, so we changed that one because that was not great, you know. Hitting Control F in the server and typing in a fucking, you know, a very problematic thing and seeing results pop off and that people haven't been banned for saying it. But yeah, look at that. I think at least Set in Your Face can say they did a good job in this game. I think about 46.4k damage, but
excellent job.
It was a rough game, and I think they played several team fights really poorly, and that's a large part of why they threw that lead.
In all fairness, for me, I'd even say that they threw their lead a bit, whereas they had a very clear way to win, which was basically get the extended lanes, then knock ult onto whoever was overextended, just continue, get picks, get ahead, and then take the objectives afterwards, which they decided to deviate from. Maybe felt a bit too much of the hype, lost the lead, and then 1 or 2 decisions and the game's over. And that's more or less what we can conclude this to. Jack, previous game, the MVP was the support, so that was the Blitz last time around with the Roams, and this game that would have been the Brom then, just same person. I'm blanking on the name for a second. Whereas our ace,
not like this.
Hey. we can no longer say day 0 hair, because now it's day a lot of hair. Long hair.
It's day something there. We take it. I've been contemplating getting it cut again, but we'll see. I don't know. It's in that awkward phase where right now I'm like perpetually having a sticky up hairdo. You know, I wake up and my shit's like fucking, and then yeah, it's pain. So I've been thinking about going short again. But you know what? It is what it is. The longer I leave it, the less awkward it will get, surely. You know, and it's also cost effective because no barber strips, because I'm choosing not to do it. So, you know, that's the cope right there. But yeah, no, congratulations to Artificial Ween Intelligence locking your place in playoffs. If you guys want to know who, oh, actually no, you know who you're facing next week. You're going to be facing Team Kindle, first place in Group B. And I think you asked me about MVP of the series. I think MVP of the series was. I think I would probably give it to Gloomy. I think that he was on the Syndra in game 1. I think he did really well in that game. In the game 2, his damage was a large part of why they were able to get through it. I think as a secondary MVP, probably Crispy Chicken. I think he on that Aatrox. I didn't see the first game to see if the Xin Zhao did a lot, but in that Aatrox game, he was creating so much space in the team fights that it was nigh impossible for them to stick to the targets that they wanted to be on, right?
I will add a third name so that we can have our MVP vote for that. I'm gonna.
Remember, this isn't playoffs, so we're not doing MVP votes. But yeah.
Oh, you're not doing MVP votes yet? Oh,
no, we only do MVP for playoffs now because there's so many games that don't get streamed. It wouldn't be fair to the games.
Oh, okay.
So we only have MVPs for the games that get streamed, and then. You know, it would mean only like 30% of the games in group stages would ever actually have MVP, so it's just not worth it. We just stick it to playoffs where we intend to stream every game, so we intend to have MVP for every game.
Then I will have a massive shout out though for the support of the Artificial Ween Intelligence. For a very simple reason, the Blitz crank
he is a former. Technically, if we follow like because obviously it was called Hardstuck Heroes last split, right? But before that it was called Emerald Bracket, and he is an Emerald Bracket champion. He was the support for Couch Potatoes, so you know he is not a stranger to gold. And they didn't really get to play in the Hardstuck Heroes bracket last split because their team fell apart basically within the first week and had to drop out. But you know. Finally getting back in it with a new team, seems like they are taking to it like a duck to water. So you know, be interested to see how Artificial Ween Intelligence play in playoffs. They've already know who they're going to be facing next week, so they've got plenty of info to scout on. I think most of Kindle's games have been streamed as well. I believe their mid laner Toadie has been streaming everything from POV. So you know, there's tape to be seen. So we'll see what they can do. But otherwise. It is 9:06, and there is a Weenie Hut game that's calling my name. So unless you have something else you want to cover, Aaron, it might be time for us to cut it so that I can set up my stream and start some Weenie Hut action. Unless you want to run the Weenie Hut stream, I don't know. You got to work in the morning, so it's up to you, bro. I'm fine to just cast it, and you could run and we would have the non-BTEC broadcast because you know you've got everything set up right now. But that's on you. That's on you. If you want to do that, do that. Don't feel obligated.
Okay. We'll see. We'll give it 5 minutes. We'll see.
All right,
okay. Fair enough.
But for everyone that is watching, keep an eye out. If you're in the Discord, keep an eye out for an announcement coming end of today or tomorrow. The special project that I tease will be announced soon. So.
Ooh.
Keep an eye on this.
Let's go! Right, and with that, I would say this. Sayonara, and see you in 5?
Yeah.
Wiener, 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 next to another wiener, 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 two wieners alongside yet another wiener party, wiener party,
Low cortisol site casually rift mobbing 5 voids. What does that mean, bro?
wiener party, nice and soft,
I do the uncommon.
flopping wieners, non-erect wieners, flopping wieners, flopping wieners, party soft, wieners, nice and soft, wiener party, non-erect wieners, flopping wieners, flopping wieners, dangle wieners, dangle wieners in my bag.
Stop, please! I can't take it anymore!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the, what is this, third or fourth game that has been streamed today? Fucking hell. it has been an ordeal. We had, well, let's recount, Maswara, because you've cast more of them than I have. We had Volababes in the morning.
We first had the Volababes versus. God damn it! I've done so much that I'm blanking even there.
No,
we had the Volababes
series.
Against the Holy Poro. Yeah, I keep only saying the Holy Poro Alliance for some reason, but the Holy Poros.
That's on you. Yeah, Holy Poro 2-0 Volababes. Yep. Then we went straight into the next series.
Then you had the Runeterra Rising, where it was Rift Raiders against the three Poros, 2 Snacks. So that's number 2. Then number 3 was the Hardstuck series, which we just had with the in-house Unks getting defeated 0-2 by the artificial Wiener Intelligence. And well, now it's on to the next one, making sure that we go for the distance and the closing game for our Weenie Hut bracket, which will feature Wizard Ninjas facing off for the second time today, the Rift Raiders, who will be doing 2 series in one day. Lord help.
Rift Raiders and Holy Poro both scheduled back-to-back series today. So Holy Poro, they faced, obviously, like we said, Mace Volababes at 2 p.m. and then at 7 p.m. we didn't stream it because we were streaming the Hardstuck game, but they did 2-0 Shadow as a money game. So they have gone 4-0 on the day and are now, I believe, locked in at second place, if I remember correctly. Let me get the standings up.
Yeah, that's correct. That's second place then.
Yeah, it should be second place. So we can confirm where are we? I need to do Rift Raiders, 3 Poros, 2 Snacks. They go 2-0'd. And then the last game of Group B is we got 2-0 Holy Poro from Mace Volababes and 2-0 Holy Poro on Shadow as a Money Gang. And then hit F5 so that the challenge can actually update. So in Group B, the final standings are Meepa at first place with the 4-1 record. Sorry, my fan just died and I will not live without it, so I need to distract you so that I can set that back up. There we go. So yeah, Meepa are in first place with a 4-1 record and a tiebreaker victory. In second place is the Holy Poro with a 4-1 record, but they lost specifically to Meepa. It was their only series loss in the group. So they are in, even though they have 9 points because they did lose the one game they lost, they got a game. So that's why they have 1 more point than Meepa, who were 2-0'd in their loss. But it doesn't matter because the tiebreaker is what is more important. That tiebreaker is the precedent. It's the first real tie-breaking kind of decider. Third place with a 2-3 record is Dagestonian Death Squad, with a 2-3 record. We have 3 teams at 2-3, so we have Dagestonian Death Squad, Corn and Ball Torture, and Mace Volababes. Also, they have a circle of suck between them because Corn and Ball Torture beat DDS, DDS beat Volababes, and Volababes beat CBT, or Corn and Ball Torture. So that means it goes to game points, and DDS have the most game points at 7, so that's why they're in third. And then in fourth with 6 points is Corn and Ball Torture. So this is why the 0-2 loss today for Mace Volababes cost them their tournament placement in playoffs. And then in 6th place at 1-4 is Shadow as a Money Gang. Big shout out to them.
Best team name in the
not just best team name, but also one thing I need to say, because a lot of teams in Hardstuck haven't done it. I respect the fact they knew they couldn't make playoffs and they played anyway, because there are so many teams this split in Hardstuck, right, that like as soon as they thought, damn, we can't make playoffs, what's the point, they would just leave, and then it would invalidate every single loss that they had before. Because if a team lost to them, but then other teams won, once they leave, it reverses all their decision, like all of their games, into 0-2 losses. Meaning that the teams that did actually beat them, that deserved that win, are getting cut. and you know it's a shit situation. But let's look at this draft here. We see Wizard Ninjas on that blue side. I'm assuming this isn't the pick order, right? Is this this is just the roll order? Yeah. Do we know what pick order was? Oh, give me a sec. Oh no, I can't because I'm in the spectator delay. Oops. All right. Well, we don't know what pick order is, but we can at least talk about these picks and bans, right? So we have 4 Wizard Ninjas: Kled, Vi, Ari, Siva, Seraphine. So very heavily focusing on pick comp, right? You know, they're looking to charge at one guy, cease and desist at one guy, spirit rush into a charm on one guy, and lock that guy down, and then get, you know, that's how they win their fight. They don't want to be taking these even 5v5s. They want to be trying to make advantages in people transitioning between lanes and stuff, like catch people out. If we look at the red side though, they've got Camille top, which this is the first Camille top we have had in Summer Invitational. Camille top, Wukong in the jungle, Silas in the mid lane, Ashe in the bot lane, and Nautilus in the support. So this is a much more hard CC 5v5 type oriented team, right? They have Cyclone, they have Depth Charge, they have the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow, they have a lot of good damage out of the Ashe as well. But they can do the picks as well. You know, Camille's great at finding those kind of picks with her E if they need to. Her ultimate as well, isolating a target, is really strong. And Silas is kind of the wild card where he's got some great ults to steal, right? Like he's the Seraphine ult, the Siva ult, the Ari ult, and the Vi ult are all really high impact. And I would say actually the Kled ult is more over the Siva ult. They kind of do similar things.
Yeah. I was about to say the Kled ult could potentially provide a massive bonus between getting one pick and then after that forcing to take a team fight right after that, which would be rather interesting because both teams can do some very interesting things with that Kled ultimate. In the end, though, it's going to come down to execution. And as I was saying earlier on, it's Weenie Hut. It's not execution. It's who can capitalize on each other's mistakes the most. That is what both sides will be showing up. Meanwhile, if we do talk about the draft, I think we can both see that the top laners were hidden right up until the end, because otherwise there's no reason for such amount of top lane bans to be shown, as was the AD carry for the side of the Ninja Wizards. So that means that what was picked up earlier was Seraphine, the Ari, and the Vi.
I have the actual draft. Tuba in his ever growing cuck chair for this series. I don't know, for those unaware, Tuba has been watching today's series, specifically the Weenie Hut ones, like a fiend, just like waiting, because obviously his team. So actually this is a good time to talk about this. What is at stake for this series? So if Wizard Ninjas win, regardless of the score, 2-1, 2-0, it doesn't matter. If Wizard Ninjas win, they are first, which means that they will face Dagestonian Death Squad, CBT, in the first round of playoffs. You know, essentially trying to assure themselves the easiest route through playoffs. If Rift Raiders win, again, by any score, they will secure, I believe, 3rd place. And it will put Bigley Diff into I believe it will put Bigley Diff into 4th place. But more importantly, as per the person I just mentioned, it would kick out Iron Brew Esports. Iron Brew Esports need Rift Raiders to lose if they are going to make playoffs.
Hang on. Quick question though. If Rift Raiders win, we get a big circle of suck with 2 wins and 2 losses with 3 teams.
Yes.
Don't they then hold the head-to-head with Wizard Ninjas and move into 2nd?
Yeah, you might be right there, because they would have the head-to-head against both 2-2 teams, because the other 2-2 team obviously finished their games last week was Bigley Diff, right? So Rift Raiders already have the head-to-head against them. If they were to beat Wizard Ninjas, putting Wizard Ninjas to 2-2, they would also have the head-to-head against them. So no, you're right. It would put them 2nd, and then I believe it would put Bigley Diff 3rd, and it would put Wizard Ninjas 4th, because I think Bigley Diff did beat Wizard Ninjas. Either way, Iron Brew Esports remain out as the only team at 1 and 3. So like I said, they have been eagerly hate watching Rift Raiders to make sure that their chances at playoffs that have not been in their hands since losing to Wizard Ninjas the other day might still come to fruition. But you know what? Let's stop talking about the last place team. Let's stop talking about these two teams that are in this game, because we are getting into the Rift right now. I'm gonna see the champs show up. Damn, I see a couple base skins in there. Holy, that's not very common these days, I feel. Yeah, let's see. I'm eager to see what the runes are, see what we kind of think these early lanes are gonna play out like, because there's a couple ways they could go about this, right? I think I would like to see Electrocute on the Ari, but yeah, there we go. We do see it, yeah. We've got Grasp on both top laners, which I think makes sense. I think Conqueror on both junglers, again, yep, fair enough. Early ward placement here by Wizard Ninjas is, if not overzealous, at least good. You know, they will definitely know where this Wukong starts, even if they've burnt one too many wards to do it. And
for me, I'm gonna preface something, and I'd love to have your feedback on it. But I have been a bigger fan of seeing Hail of Blades on Vi more often than the Conqueror. For a very simple reason that the Hail of Blades allows you to really stack up that passive of the W real fast, shred the armor, and then you can really blow up somebody really fast. So also, if you end up going,
I don't think Hail of Blades gives attack speed anymore, no?
It does. It gives us 3 quick attacks.
No, that's the old school one, I think. Where are we? Starting on attack wind up against an enemy champion, trigger Hail of Blades, and if the wind up completes, you gain 2 stacks of the effect for 2 seconds, with the duration refreshing on basic attacks against enemy champions until 2 stacks are consumed. Ooh, hold up.
So either way, I feel that the Hail of Blades option
big flashes.
but we have a big flash in the top lane and a big fight there, as we're having in the mid lane as well.
Oh, Silas has overdone it. He's overcooked it. That's going to be first blood over to Asalu right there. Really over eager. That, how many, what is that, four summoners burn in, or sorry, no. We got both, we got Ignite top, Flash top from Melancholy Maze.
6.
Yeah, 6 so many sums burnt within 2.5 minutes already. So aggressive in this game. I think both teams are going to be looking, I think they might be thinking whoever dictates the pace here is going to be the team that wins hard, right? And yeah, that charm there by Ari hit the dab emote as well. That's not very League of Friends.
Well, about that. But yeah, nice work early on, and I am happy for 2 things. One is I am seeing more and more Kled these days, so I'm very happy seeing that. Meanwhile, it looks like the Stylus is moving, because I am a massive fan of Kled in general, and it's just such a fun to see him. Has the Stylus DC'd? He hasn't moved from that spot for quite a while.
There we go. Okay. So yeah, I was gonna say I agree with you. It's nice to see the Kled. I think Kled is one of those very feast or famine champions, right? I think that if you cannot get ahead on him, his kit is so focused on going forward and so focused on like pushing your advantage that if you don't have an advantage, he doesn't really do anything, right? I think that he struggles a lot from behind, and so we'll have to see what he can do to stay ahead here, because he is stronger than Camille in the early game. He can put some pressure down, and he's gone for the combat sums as well. So he's got the ignite there as well, which he burnt to get himself a little bit of lane pressure there as well, which is a nice one. But yeah, it looks like Silas is having connectivity issues here. That's what we're going to blame the first blood on. We're going to go, no, I'm DIDC.
Oh boy, this would be a fun time. But yeah, much to look forward to. I think of a boatload of interesting options to fight here.
while we kind of sort this DC out. But now maybe it would be a good time to quickly go back onto the stakes here. So whoever wins this game ends second, basically. That's what it boils down to. The question.
No. That's not true. If Wizard Ninjas win, they are first. Because they would tie at 3-1 with 3 Poros, 2 Snacks. And they have the head-to-head against Snacks, so they would win. They would go first, which would mean that they would get themselves the easiest route in playoffs. So, and you know, I need to mention that I think Wizard Ninjas. I don't know if it's because of the new balance in Weenie Hut. Like, I mean, I don't know. I've heard a lot of people are happier with the level of play in Weenie Hut this season, where it's felt a lot more like, not neutral, but like a lot more swingy in the sense that people are of, you know, like closer skill. Whereas obviously last season we had a couple teams that were like a cut above because they had a bunch of players in them, or like 1 or 2 players that were like micromanaging the rest of the roster and kind of dragging like weaker players along the finish line by just kind of, you know, telling them what to do perpetually. Whereas it feels like this season that's been a little bit less the case. It could also be to do with you know, the meta at the moment as well. I think partially we've seen a couple of the teams that run AP carries bot have been doing okay, which is, you know, is weird to see in Weenie Hut, to be honest. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm yet to see someone lock in the Camille support and go crazy, just like perma roaming. I lost to that in a ranked 5s game recently, and that was so depressing, man. Oh, if you can coordinate with a champion like that, and the amount of like 3-man ganks you can do so early in the game, because when she has level 2, she's just brutal. Like, her ability to come at you from like weird angles and find good plays is so obnoxious. Yeah, difficult one. No, we should be back in a little while, though. Apparently the issue has been resolved. And yeah, I think this is actually the last Weenie Hut game of groups, now that I've just realized that. So it's been an arduous 4 weeks, Marswar. I don't know how much of it you've consumed, but
I have consumed a bit, let's say the first weeks. First week, I'd say. And then, well, I was off to tournaments, so I was consuming part of it while I was in an airplane on a very roundabout trip back to Belgium, which I haven't had the chance to be moving into a plane tomorrow, but unfortunately somebody else got called up, because otherwise I would have had very few vacation days and days to do a bit of work still. So I've kind of missed weeks 2 and 3 to a fair degree. I've picked up the end of week 3, let's say, and then week 4, what's been happening this week, I've been seeing a boatload of stuff again, so that has been the fun part. But yeah, we'll see how this goes on. The fact that Silas has taken so much damage meant they were forced to base, and that really gives a nice little advantage for the Ahri. I gotta say as well, Kled, I'm very curious to see with the Kled which build they're gonna go to, because in Kled, whereas I understand you say is feast or famine, you can opt for a boatload of Kled's builds. Like, you can go to bruiser builds, you can go a lethality assassin style of build as well, where he becomes absolutely obnoxious but very unforgiving if you ever make any positional mistakes. So should be interesting to see which version of Kled we will be getting in this game.
Really nice trade there by Salu. Really nice little trade by the Ahri. And I mentioned a little bit earlier about how I felt like Wizard Ninjas have improved so much since the last time we saw them. So obviously we saw them in winter of 2026, so literally about 6 months ago, if that. And in Weenie Hut, they were in I can't remember which group it was because it was that long ago, but it was, you know, we had 8 teams, so they were always making playoffs, but they didn't win a single series. If I remember correctly, I think they won a single game in the entire tournament. And in this tournament, they have come out swinging, and I think, you know, they've got 2 series wins to their name already. In the series that they lost, they got a game in it. So they've taken every single person they've fought, they've taken blood, right? And I think that the improvement from them is so like night and day, you know, and I think a lot of it here has been largely in part due to their mid laner. I think that Usalu did okay in the last season, but in this season, he has been very good at playing these like kind of carry mids, your Syndra types, you know, Syndra, Ahri, champions that you can really kind of make that pivotal impact on finding one person and killing them. And so, you know, that's going to be his job here up against Karais in Rift Raiders, who, I mean, we didn't get to see it so much. Ooh, crazy little dive angle here with 2 turret shots going to come out onto Toad Sage. But it's not going to mean much here. Melancholy Maze will live. Gonna see the Spirit Rush has been stolen. Both parties have used it here, and that's going to be a kill there for Blink as he takes on the Ignite and he gets away with a slither of HP. That is big there. Big for the Silas to get back into this one, as he was about 600 gold down. And yeah, just look at the trading there. Even though the charm hits, Ahri doesn't really path away, and so once his charm is done, he just gets to go straight back in, hits that W, and it's like, yep, I'm dead.
Well, I've got something else to mention, as in the fact that one of the people in this current game was in one of my ranked games as of recently, being the person you were talking to about was Usalu. And I saw them pilot a certain champion called Quay, which I hope that they will pilot again today to see if there's been any improvement, because I was somewhat disappointed. I will call it out as it is. So I'm very much looking forward to it. However, Usalu did have a very good warm-up for today, because they ended up pushing their account from gold into plat earlier today. So
I don't think that's the same person then, dude, because Usalu's been plat 2 since the start of the tournament.
Well, all I can say is at that point in time, they were golds, and Usalu has been on an 8-game winning streak in his plat 4 right now. So they were gold. So I'm fairly certain it was the same one. And I've just checked. I've went down in the history, and it is the same person.
Damn, he dropped from plat 2. Crazy.
Yeah, so a bit of a rough couple of games. That being said, everybody sometimes has some extremely lucky games and some extremely unfortunate games. I've been having my fair share of them on my main account, where I can't seem to do no wrong, as in team weights wise, which is a rare thing that we can be happy about. But it's giving me a bit of fraud vibes when it comes to my rank at this current time. So, but yeah, other than that, if we go back to the game, currently a bit of a lead for the Wizard Ninjas, something which I'm fairly certain Tuba will be extremely happy about. But for now, it's still very even, and this is just one or two couple of decisions away of turning around completely. And that gold lead is mainly situated in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty much exclusively mid here. Everybody else is within about 100 gold of each other.
Which, if we add that unlucky DC, I'm fairly certain that Blink will be looking forward to rectifying that mistake somewhat. So, but yeah, we'll end up seeing this. And this is so much fun with the Kled, with his bear trap on a hook, going in there, creating some chaos.
He's gone for the Tiamat first here, so I mean that could still be Ravenous Hydra or Titanic, right? I'm assuming with the extra. Very wide on the crystalline enchanted arrow there, but Yeah, I'm assuming with the build that he has there, it looks like he's going to be building a tunneler, so he's probably going for Titanic Hydra first here. And Titanic Hydra is a really good item for the Kled because it allows him to trigger is the W, which is the thing that he gets to hit 4 times really fast, right? Allows him to hit that so much faster, which makes his burst potential, even though it's a tanky item, his burst potential with that specific power spike is so good. I don't like Wizard Ninjas hovering here. I think they should just do something else because here we see Vi is going to get caught up. Seraphine ult's going to come out, but Vi is already so low. That's going to be the dragon going over. Vi will go down as well. Usado is going to pick off Horizon on the side here, and it looks like they're going to get tons of kills for this actually, so it's not too bad as the Wizard Ninjas collapse, but in comes Melancholy Maze here. Both top laners here for the first dragon fight is insane. We are 11 minutes into the game, people. We should not be having 5v5s. But that is going to build a little bit of a gold lead here for the blue side. Wizard Ninjas walk away. They didn't get the Drake, but they did get the gold lead.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they were able to pincer them from both sides with a Seraphine ult going through the entire team fight, basically charming up at least 3 people. I even think it was 4. So, and the big problem here is, and this is where I feel like Silas, as much as you say Kled is a feast or famine champion, I feel that you gotta say the same about Silas.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hang on, as we got a team fight here, and Ash is trading on properly.
Rough one here for Bran. Bran is almost dead there. I see Aggro Knight's going to get a little bit of damage there onto Raze and Kiradin, but yeah, so as I said, I really dislike Vi being here. Like, Vi is not a beefy champion. She's not someone you can do that with, right? It's lucky here that she gets her passive off and it keeps her alive for that second or 2 longer. That might have been the difference, but the real change here is Kled charging in, right?
And not only that, it was a 4-man ult for the Seraphine. She had all 4 people that were there in that ultimate, which actually allows for this team to completely turn that fight. Because for the amount of time there was no damage coming out, and the one person who is absolutely suffering this the most, without a doubt, is Blink right now. Because Blink, he is down nearly it's what, 1.2k gold, which is basically a needlessly Lord Rod, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's a fair amount of damage. That's 50% to 1/3 of an item already.
It's the difference between having your item completed there or not, right? Having the Malignance finished here for the Ahri is going to allow her to do a lot more than just having this Hextech Alternator and a Kindle Gem. And also, it needs to be mentioned as well with the recent changes to Hextech Rocket Belt, you know, in 2 patches ago, Silas would have more AP right now than he does because Kindle Gem wasn't a part of this build buff. And Melancholy Maze is going to go in here, and I don't think they respected the Skull coming back, as Toad Sage says, you want to fight me? I'm fucking fine with that. Let's go. And gonna get themselves an easy kill. As flash hook by Kiradin is gonna land up onto the Ziva. Bran's gonna have to flash and carry her away. Rise is gonna finish off Aggro Knight as the support pays for the sins of the AD carry there, and gonna be able to walk away with that kill. Nice there for Rift Raiders.
And this is the big thing about Kled in the top lane, right? For me, when does that matchup actually start? Probably tilting towards Melancholy Maze. There are 2 things that are really important. First off, you need to keep track on how long his violent tendencies goes off. Violent tendencies being the one where he does that 4 quick attacks, and the last one being the really big one. You really need to keep track of that, because otherwise he can remount Skull out of nothing and turn fights like he just did. So that's the first part. The second part, hold on, as I say that, it looks like Usalo is once again
solo kill in the mid lane.
Using his lead and making sure that he takes advantage of it. But yeah, so that part was fairly decent. Now look here, this is where you can see it. Okay, right, perfectly. You're dismounting the Kled. Good. But here you got to keep track of his violent tendencies, and I feel like Camille kind of forgot it here. 3-4 seconds, it's too long, means violent tendencies come back, and then after that, it's just curtains for the Kled, because he will literally just run you down.
Yeah, as soon
we
as he's
see
on
round
style,
2.
as soon as he's mounted, it becomes so difficult, and he's so deceptively tanky because of it. And here, this is still a bad trade for Camille. She's gonna pop her ultimate onto Toad Sage, but he's got a fat wave there for him to rebuild up Skull, so he's not gonna be too worried here. You know, he also burnt the combat summoner in the ignite there, which really swings that trade. I think for Camille, and this is why Camille isn't really seen in the top lane much anymore, right? She is a champion that there are so many people that do what she does better now in the top lane than she does herself. As the enchanted crystalline arrow catches Usalu, in comes the stolen cease and desist, and they're gonna kill Ari, and they're gonna catch Jax Relax as well for their troubles. 0-2 right now on this Vi, and the Vi is.
And I can hear Tube screaming right up to here about that fight. I can hear him absolutely cursing at his monitor, because that means that the Rift Raiders are going to have a chance to get this dragon. And I'm not going to lie for it. Here we see.
There's the ulti. I don't think he's getting out of this one. That was a waste of a flash. He should have held on to it.
And can we just talk about the fact that second dragon is here, and look who shows up yet again. Melancholy Maze is once again at the dragon.
Yeah.
So
the top laners are very committed to these 5v5s, but yeah, if we break down this play here again, we see Vi go straight in onto Blink. Like, just you don't have the facilities to kill him right now. She's gone for the Triforce as well, which I'm not a big fan of. I think in this comp specifically, you know your damage is already going to be coming from other sources. The Vi doesn't need to be the primary damage source, so you really, I think having something more like a Sundered Sky will be better, because you know your job is to survive in these team fights. It's to lock down one target, and then your job is just survival. And let Siva do her thing. Let Ari do her thing. So we'll see if the Triforce comes through as like positive for them, but right now it's looking
the Triforce is a very good item into a tank, where you can basically do the short trade and then go on. The problem is Kled is not going to allow you to do short trades. As we say, we've got another fight going.
Yeah, Kieran's gonna lock down Usalu. Usalu's gonna have to flash and Spirit Rush away. In comes the depth charge there onto Vi, and that's going to be a death for Vi again, third one of the game. And now in comes the Sipper on the craziest angle I've ever seen in my life. She's going to get locked up by Melancholy Maze, who's going to kill that. In comes Kled, but Kled has no one with him. He's charging to his own death. He does remount, but surely he still dies here. There's no way he doesn't. He's going to dismount once more, and that is going to be a fourth kill for Karias here, building himself a decent little lead, 4-1 and 5 on this Ashe. And yeah, they're gonna get themselves some plates for their trouble.
Can we also shout out Brand for a second for using the spell shield on when Melancholy Maze used the ultimate, making sure that he had a chance of getting out, because that was absolutely big. Unfortunately, it was not enough, but still, that was a pretty big one. And this is kind of also where everything is falling aside. Also, please look at the boots of the Sivir in a second, as we see a replay of this fight where unfortunately Usalu is taking the brunt, has to get out, where Vi then ends up getting real close, still goes out, and you have the Kled charging in, and look at the perfect spell shield there. But the Camille still picks up. Kled doing a valiant effort, but a remount, but unfortunately was gone because the Ashe just was doing too much damage in the end.
Another goal has finally swung in favor of Rift Raiders here. The only lead we still have is in this mid lane, but if Usalu continues to get caught like he did in that fight there, it's going to be so hard for these guys to be able to try and keep on top of it. And I want to bring our attention here to the builds real quick. Because if we look at okay, we have Essence Reaver in the bot lane up against the 2-item power spike for Ashe of the Hex Optics and the Phantom Dancer. So while those are 2 cheaper AD carry items, it needs to be said that Ashe is really strong right now. And secondly, I want to mention, oh wait, no, let's just talk about this arrow that comes in. Aggro Knight gonna get caught off guard a 3rd time. And really good play there by Rift Raiders. But what I wanted to talk about before we got distracted by the pick is the 2nd item from Wukong. He is going to be so hard to kill by everybody apart from Ahri. Ahri is the only person dealing damage to him right now in this game. Nice shutdown here onto Kled, but in comes the cavalry here for the Rift Raiders. We got the combat herald used there to get Vi to safety, but Toadsage is gonna forfeit his life here. Nothing that can be done. He tries to get the remount, but he can't quite do it, and that is the 2nd death here for the Kled. But yeah, once that death stance is on this Wukong alongside his passive, anybody dealing physical damage without any form of penetration is gonna tickle him.
And this is where I'm gonna tag in on those items. Hold on.
Oh, Silas is trying to get something here. If Bran eats one more chains, I think he dies here. Chains do come in. Gonna be a 1-for-1 trade though, as Usalu does fly in.
Right, and there are 2 things now that I finally get to point out. First off, the Triforce on the Vi. This is where I'm somewhat confused as to why you would want that item on Vi with the current way that you're building it, because it's an extremely expensive item. You're not snowballing, you're not doing anything else, so you're basically just delaying all the rest. Meanwhile, Usalu eats another crystalline arrow to the face, and that just means that this is going to be the 3rd dragon that will be going over to the Rift Raiders. I'm pretty sure that we're all at this point hearing Tuba screaming everywhere. Poor old Tuba at this point.
I mean, you know what? I think the thing that I think gets a little bit lost in translation for this series, right, is we just watched Rift Raiders get O2'd last series, right? They got O2'd by Snacks, not but like what, 4 hours ago. But
4 hours, and it was short games.
Yeah, they were short games. I agree with that. But 3 Poros, 2 Snacks, when they turn it on, like when their players are active, this is the thing I've said that they are probably the best team in Weenie Hut if Jason wants to play the game. If Jason is trying hard, they are one of the strongest teams. But, you know, I think people just, for some reason, don't respect them in that way, and I still don't really understand why. And so coming into this series, I think, again, Tuba maybe, or other players who maybe are underestimating Rift Raiders have gone in and said, oh, well, you know, Wizard Ninjas will probably 2-0 them because, like, you know, 3 Poros, 2 Snacks were able to do it, so surely Wizard Ninjas can too. And I'm like, Wizard Ninjas have improved a lot, but there's still a lot to improve on, you know? I think that they're doing much better than they did in winter, but if I would say from the tape we have of them so far, do I think they're one of the better teams? I think if they place 2nd in their group, then they have overperformed, in my opinion. I think that, and we're seeing why in this game. I think Toadsage and Usalu are having a good series, and I think everybody else is a bit of an anchor right now. I think that we've got 1.3k gold lead in the jungle right now, with an entire item advantage. It looks like we're going for a cleaver here as well on the Vi, which I like the idea of, because obviously we can see Toadsage will benefit from it, Siva will Bran even will benefit from it. So I don't dislike it, but I just think it would have been better with a Sundered Sky. I think when are we going to start thinking about your survivability? You're already 0-3. You know, we're going to see Melancholy Maze is going to commit the ultimate here, but he's still going to die in the 1v1 here against Ahri, which is not what you want to see.
And
meanwhile,
very worrying for the Rift Raiders. Meanwhile, there's one thing I haven't been able to point out, and I'm going to get to it. Please have a look at the boots of Bran and try and explain to me why on earth we are going with Gluttonous Greaves on an AD carry.
Oh, Gluttonous Greaves on an AD carry is not abnormal these days.
Really?
Yeah.
Since the changes that they've made to those boots, I haven't seen it on a single AD carry.
I was gonna say I don't know about the changes, but I remember when they first came out, Gluttonous Greaves was like, if you were going for Doran's bow, oh, hold up, we're gonna see, it looks like the jungler here for Rift Raiders is caught out. Gonna be a shutdown for Bran. I really don't like the commitment of multiple flashes there to make sure they get that kill. Obviously, Baron is up, but unless they intend on going for it, committing so many resources is rough. And look at Bran, he can't flash out of that. He just goes down here. They just don't respect the amount of damage that comes out. Even Karais is going to get a kill here, godlike onto the Ahri. And now everybody is in a clusterfuck here in this one big choke, and it's going to be a straight up ace for the side of Rift Raiders. And what started off as a really good pick, maybe a little too overzealous on the commitment, now turns into just a free-for-all that goes really favored here for the Rift Raiders. They're going to take that to the bank, and with Drake coming up in just over a minute, that is soul for them if they get it. So everybody on the Wizard Ninja side's they're gonna be up for it. But yeah, look at this. We catch him, he flashes, we commit 2 flashes here. Sivir eats the arrow, which doesn't do too much, but then this is where we get overzealous. Sivir is got no one body blocking for her, immediately is beset on by Camille and Silas. And from that point, it's just, the game is kind of good.
Can I also just point out for a second how amazing the plays that Kurden made there? Because normally that Kled ult was going to latch onto the Ashe, which would have been a guaranteed dead Ashe after that. And I'm pretty sure that the fight afterwards would be different because Ashe pumped out a serious amount of damage. However, Kurden, realizing that, actually hooked into the Kled, drawing the ult towards him, therefore making sure that the Ashe wasn't immediately beset on, unlike what happened with Bran. And I think that that's the big difference between the two. Also, toggling back to the boots, normally it used to be you used to get a certain amount of... Oh, hold on. Salu is once again caught. I'm not sure I was agreeing with that Seraphine ultimate, because you now have no Seraphine ultimate and we got a dragon here. This is potentially the soul.
If they don't contest this, it is soul, and we're gonna see Kled gets caught here. He charges out, which is not great, but Kieran looks like he's gonna die. Cease and desist on the Nautilus is a terrible idea, though. Look at the amount of range Silas is able to play into now, knowing that he can't be jumped on. Karais is gonna go legendary. We will see Camille will go down, but Osalu is dead too, and that's surely this is just another race. We're going to see Toad Sage is going to hide behind the tier 1 turret there and keep himself alive, but it is going to be a forfeit of the soul here. And Chemtech soul on this side with the healing included in their roster, right? We have several people that are going to have some form of lifesteal. We've got the Silas who heals a ton. Wukong will be regenning a lot with his passive and with Death Stance once he gets to takedowns. And yeah, they commit so much just to Nautilus, and I'm like, Nautilus isn't a danger in their team. He's a CC problem, but like, you know, we don't need to be sending cease and desist to him. And yeah, the rest of the fight is a formality.
And not only that, I kind of feel like this is a bit of a overreach by the Wizard Ninjas, not respecting the Rift Raiders. And this is where you were saying earlier about the fact that it was a 2-0 and a quick 2-0. A quick 2-0 earlier makes it easier to reset, in my opinion, because you know that you were beaten comprehensively and you can just move on to the next one. Whereas had that been a real series, a 2-1, knowing that you just missed out on it and you have to go through it again, and having played more hours of League, I think that would have been a lot more exhausting from the players. So I don't really think that the Rift Raiders, they got a couple of extra games already, but it's not like they lasted that long and are thus that tired from it.
Oh, looks like we're gonna get Vi caught up here. Gonna use the blast cone to get themselves to safety. 3 members of the Wizard Ninjas are in proximity, but there isn't much for them to fight for, as we have 4 strong here for this potential Baron start from the side of Rift Raiders. They're going to go get control of the area, and it looks like they're not going to push for it, though. They're not like Wizard Ninjas come in and get their own vision.
And have a look also at the turrets and the plates that are currently available. A fair amount of turrets are still standing up. That's standing gold that the Rift Raiders can get, so their gold lead can still grow even further. Whereas right now, the Wizard Ninjas are all grouped up and they're not doing a whole lot. Camille just got a couple of plates in the bot lane and a turret, which just means that that gold lead will take over in her advantage. And scaling wise, I'm not sure whose side you are on for this, or who you think scales better.
As a team or in top
team wise?
As a team, I think that the red side do. 100% I think the red side do. Because I think that Camille outscales the Kled. I think that Wukong outscales the Vi very hard. Vi is a very binary champion. Like you can use Wukong both as an engage tool if you need to. He can kill the backline if you really want that, but he can also be playing as like front to back kind of team fight protector. And in this game, who better to protect than your 10-1 and 10 Ashe? Ashe and Sivir, they're gonna have similar levels of damage output, but look how accelerated Karais is. He's 2 levels up. He's an entire item up. He's so much stronger, and he naturally has the range advantage as well, because Sivir is one of the lower range AD carries. Sivir in this instance, what she can do, I think, once this Baron buff is over, is she can really turtle the game. If the team keep her safe, then she can turtle. But the only person here to peel for her is a 1-5 Seraphine, who we've seen get caught time and time again. And so it's hard to really keep this Sivir alive.
I'm gonna say that the Ashe can perfectly also turtle around her. Like, Ashe has that dual option of either being engaged or disengaged.
Let's see the depth charge come in here. Got a multi-man ulti there from the Seraphine as well. And this is a fight on 2 sides, as we're gonna see finally down goes Karais. It's gonna be a 700 gold shutdown given to the Vi. And Wizard Ninjas are trying to breathe some life back into this game. Melancholy Maze is trying to kill Lusalu, but he just can't. And then he has poor targeting there, which is gonna mean that he doesn't actually finish it. And it's just Deathwish walking away with his life. And he's gone for even more armor right now, by the way. Holy, this man's greed sickens me. He's got the GA alongside the Death Stars. He really doesn't want Sivir and Kled to hurt him. Like I don't know what physical damage dealer hurt him in the past, but like he is trying his hardest not to die to that guy. And I will say that it does mean his damage output is going to be a little bit weaker, as he hasn't gone for the Triforce as well. I can't believe I didn't notice that. I'm tripping. Oh my god, this is how I shouldn't cast games after having done a full day at work, because I didn't notice that the Wukong is missing the #1 Wukong item. Like, it is a must buy on Wukong in every game. There is no instance where you say, oh, I don't really want Triforce in this one. Like, trust me, it's his best in slot item in almost every capacity.
Yeah, not only that, he's not going for it yet again.
Yeah, he's going for the Hex Drinker here, and we're going to see a hard commit onto the Wukong. I don't like that, considering how resilient he is. We see they send so much at him, and he's still alive. Didn't even pop the GA, but Kiradin will be the price here for his junglers kind of overstepping. And whoa! Flash under the turret to get on top of Karais. There is the Kled, and Kled's just going to take 1 turret shot too many, and that was way too over-aggressive by Toad Sage. We're going to see a really nice ultimate by Seraphine there, but there is no one really to capitalize on it, as Wukong now makes his return to the fight. He didn't even heal that much. Crazy Spirit Rush forward by Usalu. I don't see the angle there, but Melancholy Maze is keeping 2 people away as the Elder Dragon is spawning, and they should have free reign of this.
And this is kind of the typical shifts that we see in the Weenie Hunt, because you catch out Kiradin, you've got the 4v5, you've just taken what you need. You'd be happy with the 4v5 fight at the with the Elder spawning, so you can potentially take the Elder. However, what happens in classy Weenie Hunt fashion, we decide to do more, because you'll see the replay. You've chunked out the jungler, you're happy, and all of a sudden, boom, here we go. We've got Toad Sage, who then decides to go way too far, flashes in, meaning that Sivir is caught in no man's land. And even though that's another excellent Seraphine ultimate, it just means that you basically just have to, everybody has to bail out, make sure you can get away here. And then Usalu decides to look for a re-engage. Not sure I agree or see the angle here either. But that now means that the team that has got the Soul also has the Elder on it, with Nash to spawn soon enough. So basically you will get this buff, you will run it completely, and then you can just chain it into a Nash, which you can then use to push over these lanes, as we see another ultimate connect. And surely
this is probably game here, if I'm being honest. I don't even think they need that Baron. We see the charges coming, but Pled might be just charging to his death here. We see the hook goes wide, but in comes Wukong, 4-man Cyclone, and in comes the rest of the team. Cease and desist is going to land. That is Aggro Knight dead. We're going to see the inhibitor go down here. GA is going to finally pop after having been sitting on it for like 4 minutes, and then there we go. Okay, finally some deaths here. Wizard Ninjas have gotten something, but they are still just dropping here. And now it is just the Nexus turrets that are going to be stopping Rift Raiders from taking this one. Wukong and the Ashe, who I would argue they have run this game here, to be honest. Like, they've been the biggest problems. And that's going to be game one, going over to the Rift Raiders. They take it to match point here, and all of the Wizard Ninja and all of the Iron Brew esports enjoyers at home, they're clenching the pearls right now, you know.
And for a second, can I just thank a certain person in this chat who decided to generously donate Steemo coins over to the bet, because I decided to take it because the odds were just too good. So Tuba, thank you for being such a generous person. I will gladly take those 10k Steemo coins off you. But no, if we go back,
look at the gold difference though. Like, look at the chart. It's so rocky. Like,
well, the thing is that there is just over aggression, and this is where, for me, as much as I love the Vi pick, but what it can do in this game, the runes and also the builds, I just didn't see it here, and it was not used to full effect, because Usalu had a really good game. Let's be fair. Brand had an okay-ish game. They didn't really peel around that part. Toad Sage had a very good laning phase and had some decent fights afterwards. But for me, the missing part was just the Vi and how this Vi added to the rest of the team. Not really a front line. Didn't peel the Sivir. I think that there's it's a missed opportunity for Wizard Ninjas, who are gonna be feeling a bit who are gonna be feeling sad after this, because they could very well have taken this game. This was very much within their reach, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I think the game was winnable for Wizard Ninjas, but yeah, I think that to bounce back to your point about the draft, right? About the fact they didn't peel for the Sivir. Like, I don't think they should have picked Sivir, to be honest with you. I think that Sivir was not placed in a good way. Like, she wasn't put in a good place to carry this game. We had 3/5 of our team that wanted to do X thing, and we had 2/5 of our team that wanted to do Y thing, and they're very different. Like, we have Ari, Vi, Kled. They want to click forward, they want to dive, they want to go hard in the paint, right? And then we have Sivir, who wants to farm for 3 items, and she wants to clear waves, and she wants to kind of just soak as much of, you know, as much golden XP as she can until she gets to that late game fantasy, and then she can like bouncing blade someone to death, which means she doesn't even need to auto attack them to kill them. And Seraphine is kind of there again for that front to back fantasy, the same kind of thing that the Sivir wants. So, and I think we found ourselves time and time again, barring the mechanical errors, I think, by Vi and some of the like the build problems, like going for damage when your team needs someone who can frontline a little bit. You know, again, the Triforce. I think, I mean, even if you look at the damage chart, right, like 7k damage on Vi, despite the fact that she spent 3 and a bit grand on a Triforce. Like, it's, you know, it was just rough, I think. And And so, you know, we have, like we said, multiple fights where we could see Usalu and Toad Sage, they're like, whoa, they want to go forward, they want to find the Ashe, they want to kill the Ashe. And Sivir and Seraphine can't join. They don't have the ability to get there quick enough. Yeah. She can press ult and try and speed everybody up, but it's just not as good as maybe like a Kai'Sa would have been, right? Like, I think Kai'Sa is a great dive champion that you could play in a comp like that and it would work. Tristana would be great, you know? Even like Ezreal, because he can like arcane shift forward, right? Like, it's not the best way to play him and it shouldn't really be done that way, but I think it would work a little bit better than the Sivir did. But enough about that. Let's get ourselves into this break real quick because it is already 10 past 10. And if this game goes to 3 games, I'll have to go to sleep as soon as it finishes. So get yourselves some kind of refreshment, some fluids, if you will. And we will see you all in 5. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very close to being in some Game 2 action right now. I don't know why I'm holding this position. Like, I'm at like yoga or something, but it doesn't matter because it is match point right now. We might be going to, we might be seeing how this one goes, because I'm not gonna lie, I think Wizard Ninjas had a really hard go of it in that game, right? I think that they drafted 60% of a good team comp, and you could see the angle, you could see places where it looked like they could be winning, but where there were mistakes, the Rift Raiders were there and they caught them, and I think it was a difficult one, to be honest. I think that once the game spiraled, Horizon on that Ashe just looked insane, and yeah, very, very difficult for them to claw back from that one. And I think that here in Game 2, as we hopefully get ready for the draft in the next coming minutes or so, I want to see what they pull out. You know, I want to see what Wizard Ninjas have in the back pocket to see if they can prevent this from being a 2-0, because you know it's gonna be rough. But yeah, well, Mahaswara, welcome back. What are you looking for here in this game 2?
I'm looking for two things. Number one, I need to see the Wizard Ninjas with now their backs against the wall, considering that if they don't win here, they drop the third. I'd like to see what they come out with, if they come out swinging or not. There are a couple of champions which I'm specifically looking forward to seeing if Toad Sage will bring out his Volley Bear here, or if he's going to save it for a potential Game 3. I know he likes that champion a lot. I'd like to see what's going to happen with Usalu, because Usalu has an amazing Miles, an amazing Katarina, a couple of champions there. He has been busting his ass in ranked on the way to get that up there, so I'm very curious to see if we're going to see any of those champions come through. And then the question becomes, Bran, I know you have a massive amount of mastery on Lucian. When am I going to see it, brother? Because I have been waiting for it. So a boatload of things that the Wizard Ninjas can do and pick. I'd like to see that first off, but most importantly, after you have a lead and it completely gets snatched away, I'm looking for some mental fortitude here from them, because that is sometimes, and in Weenie Hut I'd say more than in the other regions, where a lot of it is mental and sometimes comes down to mental booming. They gotta just knuckle down, relax, and just come through and pick some comfort, get a good vibe going, and then see how this goes. And the Rift Raiders, they insta-lock the Xayah, knowing that Ashe is, without a doubt, one of Drill's favorite champions together with Kaisa. So I like the Wizards here considering the Rakan and picking it away, making sure that you don't give away the Xayah Rakan to the Rift Raiders, because that is one of the things that I have been seeing them looking for angle for. So I like what they've done very much.
I like the early aggression as well. I love the early aggression from the Corki. Corki is a champion we don't see that much in Weenie Heart, I've noticed. He's a champion that can dominate lane, especially when you B1 a champion like Xayah. Xayah is a scaling champion, right? They have done it because if you look at the champions that Wizard Ninjas have historically played well on, it tends to be stuff that's engage heavy. You know, it tends to be stuff that they just played basically a dive comp. You know, we're yet to see it yet, but like Toad Sage is known for the Galio as well. We've seen champions like the Pantheon come out. You know, there's a lot of champions in their repertoire that do kind of lean towards that engage / dive, kind of really wanted to get on top of the enemy. And so the B1 Xayah, not only is it a very safe AD carry, someone that again with good range can scale very hard. We saw Snuff literally against Rift Raiders not but 5 hours ago put them down 0-2 with a really good Xayah performance. But I like the pick of the Corki here because until she gets Featherstorm, she's very abusable. She's very punishable. She's not the longest range. Phosphorus Bomb will always hit her unless she plays at the edge of your range. And yeah, so I like it. I like the Rakan, I like the Corki, I like the idea that they can kind of dabble with engaging, but it's not super committal. And I like Taric Shen is also a nice combo.
And I very much like the reactions that they're doing towards each other. As soon as the Wizards show aggression, what do the Raiders do? They draft stuff to really be able to protect this Xayah with both the Shen ultimates eventually, and most importantly with the Taric, right? Making sure that Xayah can stay alive. And then the answer of the Wizards being instantly, well, if you're taking Shen, let's take something that can absolutely melt through a tank and just make it really easy to go through it, being the Trundle. I like that very much. I am somewhat surprised of the Urgot ban, unless you are not expecting that Shen to be top, but it to be jungle, for the very simple fact that Shen into Urgot right now is goddamn unplayable for the Urgot. It is not a fun matchup at all. It's one of his worst ones currently. So I'm kind of surprised that you're banning that away, because unless you are expecting it to come through in top, it does not make a lot of sense. But after that, look at the heavy focus towards the mid lane, and they're removing the Hui. The question that I'd like to see here, and this is if I am the Wizard Ninjas, you've got an excellent Malzahar. If ever there were a game where you're just like, let's just open up and really make it easy to gank, and just have a really easy way to set things up, Maz would be the answer. However, Usada is going to one of his other high mastery champions, which is the Twisted Fate. I have yet to see it from him. I like the fact that they're going comfort in an elimination, well, not in an elimination game, but in a backs against the wall game where it's first or third, and that you're going to comfort. This is a very good start for them. The question now becomes, how are you going to round out this comp?
Well, I think they desperately need some engage, no? Like, they have Rakan. Rakan wants to be follow-up engage. He doesn't ever want to be the primary form of engage. They have, in theory, they have the ultimate and gold card from TF to make a pick, right? But that's not an engage. Like, we would probably want something that can actually lock up multiple people and kind of, you know, create some kind of easy way for the team to be able to get onto people and be able to land all their abilities. But we're seeing Rift Raiders are committing to an assassin comp here, as they've gone with the Akali and Neferi here as mid jungle.
And hang on, hold up, wait a minute. You're saying mid jungle here. This could technically still be a Shen jungle, Akali top, and a Neferi mid here.
Mid.
So this could technically be moved around a bit. I wouldn't, or even in a Fury top. I've seen those as well. So I'm not sure where everybody is going on this Rift Raiders team. So
we've seen Melancholy Maze play the Shen before, so I'm fairly confident it's a Shen top. I don't think we've seen them play any mid lane mages topside, so I highly doubt that it's going to be a Kali top or Neferi top, because that just doesn't seem to be in the wheelhouse of Melancholy Maze. I think that following Death Wish's other champions, I think that again the Neferi makes sense, and there we go. They do actually put it in there. What I will say here is I think that if Wizards get ahead, I think if Wizard Ninjas can actually pull a lead in this game, then they can snowball really hard, right? And it's going to be hard for Rift Raiders to come back if they don't get ahead themselves. But if Rift Raiders get ahead, I think this whole game is just going to be snowbally. That's the best way to put it. I think that if Akali gets ahead, if Neferi gets ahead, then they can run over the entire enemy team, right? Like TF won't stand a chance, Corki won't stand a chance, Rakan won't stand a chance if Akali gets to level 11 and she's got some kills and she's got, like, you know, Hextech Gunblade or, like, you know, 2 items essentially. Same with Neferi. If Neferi can get himself some kills or herself some kills and get ahead with the, like, the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, for example, Axiom Arcs, so the multiple ults when you can get that really low cooldown, that's super strong. And then they have the backlog, you know, they have the kind of defense here of the late game insurance that is the Xayah and the protection that comes from Shen and Taric, right? Shen and Taric will be able to create a lot of space for these guys to be able to get multiple use of their abilities, which can be pivotal in trying to kill some of these beefier guys. When we see Trundle, when we see Zahen, you know, they're not going down in one rotation of Akali abilities or of Neferi abilities. They're going to need time to kill those. And that's where having that protection from Stand United, having that protection from the Taric ultimate, that will come in and pivotal there. If they can do it well, we'll have to see. But I have been informed that Gamba is live, people. It is time to put your Stimo coins where your mouths are. Fed Akali is going to be hyper useful when TF ult deletes her shroud, trust me. Nice, bro. You sound like you're talking from experience there. But either way, get the Stimos spent. Time. I got 8.9k. I'm going to drop 8.9k on the team that isn't currently got any coins on them. I'll go for it. Let's splash 8,900. It physically won't let me keep. Oh, it's because my numlock isn't on. Me no smart. Throwing all my coins to 50-50 out the channel points there on this bet. So
well, I figured I needed. I owe two, but a chance for him to earn back his coins, so I just dropped them on the Rift Raiders and see how that will go. Because I'm pretty sure that he will put down some coins on the ninjas. But yeah, when I look at both team comps, you know how you said that you don't see any engage on the Wizards? Feel free to point out to me where the engage is that you see on the Raiders. To me, I kind of feel like
there isn't. They're both severely lacking engage.
Like this is gonna
comps.
This is going to come down to the engage for the Wizards is probably going to be the gold card TF ulting somewhere, trying to look for something, and then have the follow-up and then see if we can get something out of a numbers advantage. Whereas for the Rift Raiders, I suppose it's going to be Neferi running around, trying to chunk somebody out and then all-inning them as an engage. Because right now I ain't seeing it.
So okay, if let's look at both teams. All right, so what way do Rift Raiders have to engage? Realistically, in my opinion, the only thing they can do is bush camp. Like that's where this team finds engages, right? They're going to be sitting in choke points. They're going to be waiting to find people to be able to just kind of catch them, right? Like it's going to be, oh well, we're going to sit in this bush near Drake and wait for you guys to walk towards us, and then we throw the taunt, and then we we hit you while you're unaware I'm here with most of the Akali combo, so that all I need to do is R2 you to finish you off. That's where this team, in my mind, works. And then once they're ahead, they don't need to do it from the bush anymore. They can kind of just find people in transition between lanes and jump on them, pick them off. Kind of in the same way that we saw a lot in the Intelligence and Unks series, right? Like catching people in between lanes, seeing if you can kind of catch them when they're moving. That's where you're having multiple members to make sure that you're getting like a number advantage. But Wizard Ninjas are doing the same kind of thing, to be honest. Again, they have, I think that their comp is a little bit more suited to the longer fights, but it's hard to say. I think Zahen likes the long fights. I think Trundle likes the long fights. I don't think TF does so much. And I think Corki has got a lot of upfront burst, and then obviously Gatling Gun does a ton of damage over like a short period of time. So like for the first couple seconds of a team fight, Corki's like, yeah, front loaded. But then once that kind of runs out and he's on his cooldowns, he's just auto attacks from this point onwards. I think there's definitely lulls, right? Like his is kind of highs and lows, whereas like Xayah is just going to be constant auto attacks. Hers, as the game progresses, she just gets to stay kind of at that higher level of damage, right? And again, especially if we can see some really nice ults from Taric, Kiradin on this Taric, I think it's the first Taric he's played in the officials, then that could be a difference maker. Again, Stand United as well, gonna have to try and buy vital time for the carries of this team to actually make space for them. So we'll have to see what they do with it though. I believe we should be getting into game fairly soon. We got 1 minute. And
well, for me, I kind of also like how everything is a bit sorted out, because TF scales incredibly well, Zahen scales incredibly well, and you've got that early point access or early point focus for the Wizards. Whereas with the Rift Raiders, you've kind of got something similar, except for the person who's scaling really well is Xayah, which is a bit opposite towards the Wizards. But then again, I don't really see, I don't know how you feel about this, but for me, Assassins, if they fall behind, I don't really feel like they scale that great. They're just useless. So if Rift Raiders don't get ahead this game, I kind of feel like their comp completely falls flat. There's nothing that they're going to be able to do other than Turtle pray to a miracle that Kurai will be able to pull a magic one out of the hat and see how that goes. So I kind of feel like this is a bit of a 50-50. It's going to come down to execution, and execution weenie hit, I hate to say it, but the simpler your comp is, the more chance you have to win. And in my opinion, both have some elements of complexity. However, I do favor, for simplicity, the one of the Wizards over the Rift Raiders for this game. So that is where I'm looking forward to seeing how it will go. Also, might be biased, might be a bit of fear, and tell me if I'm wrong on this. Feel free to call me out. But I feel like once one team is going to get ahead, it's only going to go in one direction. I don't really feel that there's a massive amount of comeback options for either side. If the Assassins fall flat, it's over. If the Assassins get ahead, they can literally run away with it due to how these teams are constructed. So it feels like first kills or first swing of golds are going to be massive, and we'll see how it goes on from there. What do you think about that part? Do you see any comeback opportunities here?
If we're looking at the red side draft, right, I think that if they fall behind, there is the opportunity for them to potentially come back through creative uses of the Twisted Fate ult, right? I think that they can, again, overload lanes. I think that they have the opportunity to try and like kind of force someone, on a side lane. And let's be real, Rift Raiders team comp right now, they're gonna always have someone on a side lane. They're always going to have Shen somewhere, or they're going to have a Kali somewhere, or potentially a Neferi somewhere. So there are going to be opportunities to do that. But for the blue side, I think it's a little bit harder. I think that they're going to have some very set power spikes. So like, for example, like Akali's big power spike is level 11, right? Getting rank 2 in her ultimate, having 1 item completed. That's like when she is the strongest in comparison to other players in the game. And I think that, again, we're going to see probably a lot of kind of aggression from them potentially when they first get access to their ultimates. You know, Neferi's ultimate is very strong. Having Stand United will make all of these squishier carries on the side of Rift Raiders that like 200 to 300 health extra, which can be a game changer. And then if they engage with the shield on them, you know, by the time they've landed their engage, Shen will be there, and then now it's a multi-man fight, right? And the same way Destiny is making multi-man fights, I think that Stand United can do the same thing. It can be used here as, instead of as a defensive tool, as an aggressive tool. And yeah, and then like I said, I think with the blue side draft, I think that bot lane here is purely a late game insurance policy, and I don't think it fits the comp per se. Like, as in the rest of them are going for picks, the rest of them are looking to burst the backline. I think Xayah and Tarek here are like, well, in the event we get forced to front to back and we get forced to 5v5, I have a beefy frontline support and a beefy frontline top laner and a traditional kind of attack speed based AD carry who Karai's showed he can do well on. Literally refer to game 1. But yeah, I'll be watching Bran intently this game because they have picked him a champion that can dominate lane. He can win lane hard on the Corki. It is a champion that does really well into Xayah in the laning phase. It's hard for Xayah to really match Phosphorus Bomb and Gatling Gun. And if Aggro Knight can land some nice knockups here in this laning phase, you know, they have a very clean, quick trade pattern, which is knock up Phosphorus Bomb, right? If they can land that, if they can do that in tandem against Xayah 2 or 3 times, the early lane is theirs. Like, the damage and the lack of kind of playability, or like, not playability, that's not a word, but like the lack of ability to respond to it. Because, you know, unless you flash the knockup, or, you know, it's not like Xayah has a dash to get away from it. She just has to position in such a way that she's never in danger, which means she's going to have to give up farm. You know, if Aggro Knight and Bram play it correctly, they're going to have control of the early lane. Did you say pause, Aaron? Oh, fucker! God damn it.
It wouldn't be the weenie hut otherwise. Let's be fair.
Wait, what did pause?
Of course, there's a pause.
Have to do with weenie hut, bro? Was it EULCS? Fucking technical pauses for like 2 hours. Okay, cool. So we've been informed that the top laner for Wizards Ninjas, Toad Sage, is having connectivity issues right now. So we will hopefully see those get resolved in the next few minutes, we hope, and we should be back in as soon as possible. We hope. Fingers crossed. Yeah, let's have a look at what was the Gamba saying? What was the percentages?
The Gamba ended up being skewed towards Rift Raiders slightly, with 20k for the Rift Raiders, 12k for the Wizard Ninjas, having multiple people amongst who the biggest proponent of Steamo coins was Eunice, deciding to drop close to 9k of Steamo coins onto the Rift Raiders. And then we have got the biggest one for the Wizards is my dear co-caster Day Zero here, who has dropped close to 9k as well. I know that Kerzar is also a big believer of the Wizard Ninjas, whereas Corey is predicting the Rift Raiders in a 2-0. I know that, and I'm fairly certain that right now, Day Zero, I'm assuming you are somewhat trying to cast a curse
the Wizards into a victory here, because if this goes long, well, you still got to work, so you got to get to bed fairly quickly. Whereas I hate to say it to you, but I am most certainly in favor of seeing 3 games here. I want this series to go the distance.
I want what's best for the tournament, you know. If that means we do 3-game banger and then I don't go to bed until like 1 a.m. because I have stuff I have to do after the stream, and it is what it is.
Hey, I want to go bed, alright? I need to go drop my car off at the garage. At the car park. And there's no tubes now, so I'm fucked. Oh, it's over.
Wait, where's your... Well, actually, I was about to just ask you to dox yourself. Oops. So where's your garage then? You know?
It's 1 stop away.
Ah. Okay. That's only like 20 minutes by bus. You'll be alright.
Can we just appreciate our poor producer here, who will have to put up with some amount of stuff?
Yo, Eunice, I'll come pick you up, yeah?
Hey,
After it's done. Alright, we're gonna go in game.
Let's go! We're going in game, boys. It's time. Oh.
Vamos!
Wizard Ninjas backs against the wall. Gonna have to see if they can pull us to a game 3 here with this aggressive draft here. Very Rome heavy draft with the TF. On the blue side, we got a Rift Raiders. We got an Assassin comp. We got some very strong solo lanes here in the Shen and the Akali. Do you know, because for the people who played this game back in the day, shout out League Classic.
Oh yes,
there was a passive. There was a passive that if you had more than 1 ninja on your team, every ninja lost like 1% of their damage.
Hang on, that's not the full passive, because it was later converted to a advantage on. Oh, come on, help me out here. It was later converted to if you had all the ninjas on your team, they would do bonus damage. They would get a 10% bonus damage. So you had and it was later brought back in TFT, by the way. So this is the interesting part. So as you were mentioning, if you had had 1 ninja, they basically had a little bonus. Oh, it looks like we get a DC again in the bot lane. Oh no, they're back. All right.
Holy dog. How many?
Yeah, no, they were just standing still. So I was like, oh great, another DC here.
No. I got why you thought there was a DC, but I'm like, brother, please don't do this to me. Let's just. I just want to. Can we not just game people? But yeah, so, early trading is very aggressive here between Usalu and Blink. Blink is taking the worst half of them, but he's burnt through both of his potions.
As long as we don't get another Syntet kind of scenario where he gets yoinked off the PC for not having done his chores.
Oh my god, don't even remind me, man. That's a throwback. So, hold up. We see Akali here is going to go in aggressively. Should be 2 kills, though, I think. No, she gets just first bloods as Usalu burnt flash there and didn't actually get anything for it. Meanwhile, top lane here is also really low between Melancholy Maze and Toad Sage. Both of these solo lanes are. Sorry, I just saw the Twitch chat fucking synth at me like, why did I catch strays? That's crazy. No, he's not wrong,
I mean, come on, bro. You knew that was gonna come back at some point. I felt for unfair enough.
I kind of forgot about it.
I mentioned that. Be a good chat. Make sure before you start gaming that you've got all your priorities sorted out. Yo, well, why did we end up winning there? But still, getting back to the game here, we get some more trading going on, but I gotta be saying that this one is a bit rough. I like the early trades that have gone on so far, but unfortunately the Wizard Ninjas, they're down a couple of sums early on.
and I would have to refer to Synteth for being the specialist here on how the Zahen lane would go into the Shen, because my guess would be that that's a fairly nice lane.
I think Usalu might die here again. If he doesn't respect the damage out of Blink on the Akali, I think he will die, but he does actually respect it. And it's a good thing too, because Death Wish is nearby. And I think one thing we didn't talk about in draft that I think is very, very important now that I've realized on the Rift. If mid falls meaningfully behind, especially not even so much so in gold, more so in XP, because all of the base stats you get from your XP is more important in this instance. He is so farmable by both of these assassins. We're gonna see the knockup come out here by Brand, but awkwardly the Valkyrie came out from so the Valkyrie in the opposite direction meant that Aggro Knight put himself in a little bit of danger there, and he's gonna have to chug pots here to kind of rebuild his reservoir there. Meanwhile, Taric, Kieran on the Taric is going to be happy to just press Q and heal both of himself and the Xayah. Taric is a weird champion where you don't see a ton of him, but in certain comps he's actually like insanely strong. He can be a monster in certain instances, but otherwise don't see him all too much. I think he has lower than a 1% pick rate if I remember correctly. And we'll see what they can do. He's also gone for the Ignite as well. You know, having the inbuilt healing means that he's a little bit happier to take that kind of aggro rune here. Or sorry, aggro summon a spell even. Fucking runes. Oh my god. I've been thinking about League Classic too much. My regular.
Oh my man.
It'll be a banger.
Tell me you aren't stoked for League Classic. I'm
gonna play
so
it,
looking
but
forward.
I'm interested, but I don't like the fact that it's not like a pure classic. You know, like for example, you still have trinkets and stuff, and I'm like, it doesn't feel right. You know, I like this play here from Jax Relax to help his mid laner kind of catch a reset. Right, he realizes Usalu is very in danger right now, so he's like, look, let me just help you shove this wave, get you to a point where you can take a safe base, and you know your TP isn't quite up yet, but Toad Sage is taking a very dangerous trade there up against Melancholy Maze, and it looks like he's gonna have to take a reset here. As I didn't notice this, but it's actually Hail of Blades Zahen right now. That is not normal, surely.
Yeah, I feel that as Zahen, you're going to be missing out on a buttload of damage if you don't have the Conqueror, so I'm kind of curious.
I think it's more so about the healing than the damage, to be honest, but yeah, it feels like you're missing a lot.
So, I'm not sure what you're doing. However, our resident Zahen specialist is saying that Hail of Blades Zahen is good into shorter traders. So probably a good means that Toad Sage did proc with did choose the right runes, which would have been counterintuitive for me. But I gotta say, I'm curious to see how this goes. I hope that Zahen will get one long trade where he can really see if he can do something there, because all those short trades kind of feels like it's all the same here, as we see more trading going on in the bot lane. But for now, I'm missing the aggression a bit.
Yeah, I agree. Again, we see the same thing happen here again twice. Destiny does come out, but with no mana for the TF. It is a mana advantage, but not much else than that. And it looks like finally we will see a kill go down here. TF will get Taric, but Xayah will get Rakan. And in comes the Akali. She's going to eat a gold card under the turret, though. She still turns it into a 1-for-1, and Karius takes a random straight turret shot. That means he cannot push this any further. He really wants to, but I don't think he can. As he's gonna, okay, he throws the Q out. Yeah, he's gonna land 2 feathers. Well, flash in is a crazy angle. He should still die here, surely. He's gonna die to the minions. So that's 3 kills in that exchange over to the TF, which is actually big for Usalu. And a lot of important summoners just got burned.
Yeah, and I think that right now, if you're Usalu, you're kind of happy with how that trade has gone. Same goes for the Wizard Ninjas. You're kind of happy you're getting more out of it. And it should be interesting to see how this will move forward. However,
the scaling AD carry has now gotten a couple of kills, whereas the one that's really going to be should be tightening the screws up has fallen behind. And once again, we see the jump in from Rakan with the Valkyrie out from the Corki. It kind of feels like they're both really continuously thinking about different things, but this gold card is absolutely golden in the end. Yeah, being able 100%. To get that back, because that changed a lot. This could have been a lot worse.
If he doesn't gold card Akali there, they just die. They all die, and Xayah lives. Whereas the way that it plays out, Xayah opted into her own death there. I don't think she needed to make that dive happen for any particular reason. Although crazy roams here, Taric is up on the top side, making sure his team can ensure they get that Void Grubs, and it looks like Toadsage might die to the roam as well. So that's really good here for the side of Rift Raiders. Meanwhile, Aggro Knight isn't really getting much done here on the bot side. He's accompanying his AD carry towards the wave, but again, not much really to be said for it. And yeah, the gold lead here in the bot side is a few hundred really for Karayas, but again, like you said, he's playing the scaler, right? He's playing the scaling AD carry, and Corki is not the scaling AD carry, so you really want him to be in the lead. And we're gonna see for the first time here, we actually Valkyrie forward, try and see if we can get some extra damage, but they're not ready for this Taric to come back. Taric has just showed back up, and they're gonna fall back here, fall to the safety of their own turret, give control back in the bot lane to Karayas and Kiradin. And I haven't said it here. Oh, hold up. We're gonna see the stun lands there, but nothing else comes of it. Just a cheeky little, love tap there by Taric. And sorry, I got distracted once again, but yeah, we didn't speak much about it, but I do need to sing Kiradin's praises, because he is a bronze 1 player. He was originally their jungler when Scrabby was the team captain, but since obviously their team has gone through a lot of turmoil in the first week or so of the tournament, they went through several restructures. He's now found himself in support, and he's doing really well in support. He was a part of, I think, like 18 of the 22 kills they had last game on that Nautilus. He did insanely well. Again, for someone who's not supposed to be carrying a lot of the weight of the team, right? I think a lot of times we see in Winnie Hut, the team with the best low-tier players tends to be the teams that win, right?
Certainly.
Historically speaking, we look back to Church of Copium Kings, Lix was one of the best bronze junglers I've ever seen in my life. And that's kind of, we see, and they won, right? So the teams that have those kind of more valuable players in the lower ranks, that's, they're gold dust in this division.
Not only are they just gold dust, but I'd actually point out to something else. It's basically, what is gold dust is when you can find a really strong trait on a lower ranked person, and then use that to make certain that they actually really play towards their strengths, that their weaknesses are well
really
hid.
Good trade here by Bran and Aggro. They're gonna lock up the Xayah. In comes the Taric ult though here, and that just completely nullifies the oh, look at the damage onto Bran. That's so bad there. 2 quick kills are gonna go over to the blue side, as they committed 4 members here as well, which is a lot there. We saw Stand United come out, and I believe the jungler just happened to be nearby. So good play there by the blue side to turn what was looked like a promising trade for the red side into 2 quick kills. And now in comes Akali onto this top side. She's level 10. She's got the ult ready. She's also got first item here. She's got X-Blade, and she's just going to kill Toadsage. Very easy kill for the Akali here.
Yeah, and this is where I'm getting a bit concerned, because if those assassins get ahead, it all of a sudden becomes, it all boils down to Usalu, how he's going to use that gold card to create those man advantages. Because in the bot lane, Bran had the stronger early game jungler, but that no longer is the case.
Melancholy Maze jumped straight onto Usalu there as he was holding the gold card. Trading here in the bot lane as we see 3v2 in the mid. Akali is pushing here on that top tier one as well, so she's getting herself some plates, which is going to give her a little bit of an advantage. But it needs to be stated that the gold generation from the passive of the TF is doing a lot here to mitigate the lead that the Akali has, right? You know, it says it's within 250 gold, despite the fact she's got 20 something more, so no, like 15 more CS. And it's going pretty well for them here, but we'll see. 2.4k is the gold lead right now, rounding up towards 15 minutes, and nothing really has come of either jungler right now. As we're seeing, Trundle is going for the Triforce here. He's got all of the components, and he's surely sitting on the money for it in base right now. It's only 133 gold he needs, but you know, that is going to be a big power spike for him once he gets it. I think it's unfortunate that we haven't seen much action, including Trundle, because his real quality as a jungler is being able to take fights in the early game where he can stat check you. You know, where you don't have your abilities to kite him yet, but he has all of his stats already. He presses W, he presses Q, his Q steals your AD, and then we go from there. But Kiradin on another crazy roam here. Toad Sage is going to hit the flash to get himself to safety. Jax Relax is here on a reactive play, but look at the two assassins here, ready to go. They find Usalu in his own jungle, and he has to flash to get himself out. And he is now in safety, but look, they're gonna carry on with the play here. Akali is in. Akali's gonna get stunned up. She surely has R2. She's gonna finish the TF. She gets locked up, and she should die here, but she doesn't actually take that last turret shot. And this is really clean gameplay by the Rift Raiders. They're able to dive on between those two turrets, and they get everything.
I'm as much as you praise them, I'm gonna go the other route, and I'm gonna say here that I don't completely understand, especially what Usalu is doing, for the very simple fact that Destiny was up, and if you're looking up top and you're looking to roam either way, why are you not talking that? Oh, hang on.
Oh, yeah,
that looks like one very
enemy carry,
and that is, I think, a bit the nail in the coffin, because if the scaling AD carry is outperforming the AD carry that can really bully or should be bullying them around early on, then I'm really concerned about the wizard ninjas here. So for me, I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity. You've got the Destiny, you can literally just use that and either go top or you can stay mid. But walking over there is really greedy, in my opinion. And that's why they got punished. And once they are that low, well, there's not a whole lot you can do here. And the Taric having roamed up towards the top is an absolutely fantastic part. It then just means that the rest of the team fight, they just pick them out one by one, and all of them are going down. Meanwhile, we still see that replay in the bot lane where Brand was trying to clear out, got stunned up, and then just the ultimate comes out, 1-on-1 auto attack, and Brand was gone.
No, 100%. I think it was really well played here by Rift Raiders in all three lanes right now. I think that, you know, Melancholy Maze has done their job in this game, right? They have survived lane. I think that Toad Sage is someone who carries a little bit more of the point value for the Wizard Ninjas. He's a 5-point player, and so, you know, the expectation is for him to win the lane there. But on this Shen, we've seen he's doing okay, and this is going to be a very clunky one. They trade the turret death here for a kill onto Kiradin, and now in comes Jax Relax on the Trundle, but Akali is going to run in. She eats the gold card. She's going to kill the Corki, goes straight back in, double kill here onto the TF, and now it's going to be a matter of time as Visa Karais is going to flash into, oh sorry, he's going to fly in to get that kill there, and it's a triple kill for the Akali, who is now 9-1-1. They're looking real strong right now.
And most importantly, that Akali is also 2.1k gold up on the TF on Asulu, which kind of, to me, unless they really misplay things now, this should be a fairly straightforward way how they should be playing, because the Akali is that strong that you're going to need at least 2 people, and people who can provide CC to deal with her, which is going to provide a bit of an issue. So I gotta say, Akali is having an absolute fantastic game, and then Kurai is on the other side where he is going to be having an absolute big game. He's primed for his late game. He's got his 2 items already, compared to the 1 item currently for Bran, and this is only going to increase. So instead of just talking about it, let's talk about how do they come back into this game. What are the avenues that you currently see where they could maybe get a way back in?
So I think all the red side here, if they're going to make their way back into this game, they need to stop finding themselves in these 5v5 situations. They should kill Kieran here, but he actually gets his ultimate off. It's going to give him enough time to let his teammates escape. So that's not too bad, but they do at least get a kill there. I think what they need to do to get themselves back into this one is they need to find angles onto these side laners, right? So we can see when Shen is pushed up, although, I mean, I say that and it looks like this is exactly what Rift Raiders are going to do instead. Toad Sage is a fish out of water here, as he's going to get caught by the Akali and by the Xayah. We have 30 seconds until the Baron is up, and 3 members here for the blue side up on that top side. And they are, again, they're catching people off guard. People are not respecting the fact someone could come around and just being caught unawares. And so it's you know, he's 0-4 right now. I feel like a lot of the mistakes in this game from Wizards, from the Wizard Ninjas, has been due to just like overextension, you know? Like, we're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, we got something and that thing was good, and then we keep going and we get caught. And so, yeah, Rift Raiders have done a really good job of being able to kind of, what's the word? Capitalize on those mistakes, you know?
I gotta say that is most certainly true. We got a bit of a fun time going on in the chat right now with a little Smurf accusation going on, but in all fairness, even though that Blink is really outperforming here, I gotta say there are more issues right now than just Blink.
Yeah,
I think that a couple of things have been misplayed. I think that there have been some overreaches, and right now all your avenues to come back into this game, well, it is depending on Usalu, basically. It's going to be...
Yeah, Usalu's been doing well in this game, considering, I would say... Yeah. You know, I think that the Akali has been able to pick things up on side lanes, right? Like, I don't think that the advantages that Akali has is super built on the fact that they hard diff lane. They got, I believe they got first blood. But outside of that, I don't think there's been many solo kills outside of it. Most of everybody's deaths on the side of Wizard Ninjas has been inside lanes in these kind of like outnumbered plays, right? You know, we see... Again, I think 2 of Toad Sage's deaths have just been like Kieran roaming topside and catching people, but this is going to be an uncontested soul handed over to Rift Raiders. And again, yeah, it feels like it is kind of a death knell there. I think it's only now a matter of time, as we mentioned that the blue side comp only really works if they're ahead, and right now they are 7k ahead. So... You know, the problem is, look,
both teams realize what is going on here, but the problem is the blue team is just a smidge earlier in reacting, and well, they're just going to abandon Toad Stage, which
I mean, fair enough. They couldn't save him if they wanted to. There, yeah. I think again, caught out of position, way too far up for someone who is not, you know, not ahead in the game right now. Like, even in his own lane, in the isolated 1v1, he's ahead. It's 1 item against 2 items. But against the rest of the map right now, everybody else is on 2 items, but his team is on 1. We're going to see there, Kali's going to pick up this Trundle. They do get the turret there as a consolation prize, but it looks like this might end up being an ace if they can keep it going. Kieran's going to kill Aggro Knight there. And now it's just Usalu on his own here. Going to try his best to see if he can keep the waves cleared, but he's not going to be able to stop them from pushing towards that Baron.
No,
Should be a completely free pickup.
Yeah. And that Baron will provide enough time that should Bridge basically push him in, get them the necessary advantages to then basically set up for the Elder, knock the Elder out if they need that much time, and that just means that this game is going to be coming to a close fairly shortly. So there's not much that can be done in that regard. I kind of feel that this is the downside of both teams. And the biggest problem is, well, the engaged, ladies and gentlemen. Like, being ahead, and you can go back to the team comps, but I don't feel like the Trundle really has been used to its maximum potential. Neither and help me out here. The Zahen was the R5 pick, right?
The which one? Sorry.
The Zahen was the R5 pick, right?
It was, yeah. Zahen was R5.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if your Zahen R5 pick, which you've given all the time, is 0-5 and 0 against the counter pick, then I can't help but say that this is slightly worrying here, even though, well, this is just...
Yeah, this is just brutal at this point.
Yeah.
Like, I respect the audacity here from the side of Wizard Ninjas to keep trying to bring the fight here. As we've seen, if Fury's going to pop the W there, just the dogs coming in, going to make it so hard here. They're so committed to the fight, trying to kill the Akali. She's got 1,000 gold shutdown, but they just can't get her. He gets away with it, and now the Fury is playing cleanup crew as we see the first kill go for Toad Sage here. Bran is chasing, and Bran is trying very close. If he has one more press of his R, but now he walks in.
Yeah, but
the blink. And if you blink, you miss it, he is dead. And on the other side of the map, just look at the base. Look at the base. The base is in tatters right now. Isalu has just spawned to... Can't stop this. With the ultimate from Tarek, he can't even target Xayah. Xayah burns the flash there in a little show of disrespect as they finish this one off in a 2-0 fashion. Congratulations to Rift Raiders for winning that one 2-0. I'm going to quickly update the challenge so that we can see what the final standings are for the group stage here.
Yeah, and chasing down two assassins at the end, one of them being so massively ahead, having a level lead over you, it's not that great of a idea, even getting the Shen ult on top of it. And then after that, you've got Nafiri, who can in that team fight 3 times she dropped all the aggro with her fun riot design, making sure that it wasn't able to target there. Meant that they ended up getting away basically real close, and I think that Bran kind of was caught between a rock and a hard place, because going back would have been a hard one to defend the base. They needed to get the shutdown to get some kind of funds back to have a hope to do anything. So it was a bit of a rough one here at the end, and a bit sad because I was hoping for a longer series, but it is what it is. 2-0, congratulations to the Rift Raiders, who now then take second, with the Wizard Ninjas dropping to third. Fourth team was, and you're gonna help me here,
Bigly Diff.
Bigly Diff, yes, thank you. And that means that unfortunately Iron Brew Esports will be dropping out of the series.
To clarify, actually, it's because it's a 3-way tie at 2-2. It's not Bigly Diff in fourth, it's Bigly Diff in third. So because of the way that points work, and because it's a circle of suck in the middle of the map, essentially, we have 3 Poros, 2 Snacks in first place with a 3-1-0 record and 7 points. Obviously, it doesn't matter if they have tiebreakers; they're clear-cut 3-1. Then we have 3 teams at 2-2. So Rift Raiders with a total of 4 points, but 2 tiebreakers because they beat Bigly Diff and they beat Wizard Ninjas. They go up. And then Bigly Diff beat Wizard Ninjas, so they have the tiebreaker on that one. So they're third, and then Wizard Ninjas are fourth with 4 points. And then fifth is Iron Brew with 5 points. So that means that we know our first round of playoffs games. So It's going to be 3 Poros, 2 Snacks up against Corn and Ball Torture, Rift Raiders up against Dagestonian Death Squad V2, Bigly Diff against the Holy Poro, and Wizard Ninjas against Meepa. I hardly know her. So yeah, should be fun.
Okay, we got some,
and we got to finish it at a time that means I don't have to fucking worry about going past midnight. Let's go. That's the real victory here, because I worked like a 10-hour day today and then got stuck on the train for an hour and a half to get home to then just do this. So yay, get to go to sleep now, not after answering several angry tickets. That will be fun.
Right. Before we conclude this, how about this? Ace and MVP for the series? Who have you got?
For the series, Karai's, I think.
I'm actually. Oh. But my brain, no. Sorry, I'm gonna go with Blink in the mid lane for the ones, because they were able to overcome a significant deficit after DCing and not being it, and for whatever reason it not being paused with a 1.2k deficit against Usalo in game 1 on the Silas, and having a rather big impact in my opinion. Whereas in game 2, Blink came out and manhandled Usalo from start to finish. So that I kind of feel like that is a really big one. So I'd have to give it to Blink, and then the ace for me. I'm thinking for game 1 again. Who did I wanted to give it to for game 1? Game one. Toad, no. Yeah, no, game 1 I'm gonna give it to Asalu for having crafted out that lead, overstepping once or twice, and this game here with the TF doing their utmost best to impact all the side lanes, using that Destiny to the best of its abilities, sometimes being a bit too conservative with it, but still they had a really good series. So I think that both mid laners deserve a fair amount of praise.
No,
you
yeah,
agree?
I agree. No, 100%. I definitely agree. I think that if I had to give MVP to any, mine is Karai's. I think that in game 1 he did an insanely good job of putting the team on his back on the Ash, and in game 2 he played a losing matchup and won it fairly hard, right? And I would say you could argue whether or not that was him playing it really well or Aggro Knight and Bran not being on the same page, because like we mentioned several times in the game, like there were times where Aggro Knight would go in and Bran would Valkyrie away, meaning that the knock-up time on Xayah or on Taric was wasted because you couldn't DPS because you were out of range, because you would Valkyried away. And so, you know, you could argue that maybe it's not deserving there. I think, like you said, I think Blink did well in game 1 on the Silas. I don't think he was like a dominant force, but considering he was behind, it was good to see him come back. And then in game 2, like you said, Jay, he did really well. And then my third person I would say is probably Kiridin. I think Kiridin, again, with the context of knowing that they are the lower ranked player on their team, some of the roams he did in game 2 on the Taric, they single-handedly won top, though. Like,
yeah, I totally
showing
agree.
up randomly at 7 minutes on Taric, landing a stun on the Zahen, and then Zahen loses to the Shen because of it, is mildly unhinged, but, you know, seemingly prosperous. So, yeah, it needs to be said, he's done a really good job.
But that is where we can come back to the fact that you can see what Kiridin does really well. Kiridin is by nature, if I recall correctly, a jungler, right? So
he signed up as a jungler.
So he signed up as a jungler. By nature he's a jungler. So he's got the macro. He's got the idea of where he needs to be. And right now he is taking support picks and using that to function as a quote-unquote second jungler while he leaves his AD carry alone. And that has to be commended, and means that whoever faces the Wizard Ninjas will have to keep that in mind for future series. So that is a absolute strength that you can play it towards, that you as the Rift Raiders have to absolutely try and use as much as you can to the best of your abilities, because that is one of the strengths he has. One of the downsides is if we're talking about skill-wise or champion skill-wise, he might not be equally as good as others on certain champions. But if you can hide that away and use that advantage to make your team a better place, that is all what we are about here. That is what we want to see from even people when they're on the lower ranks playing in this Weenie Hut and being able to rise through everything. And that is the fun part as well. So, Kuriden, massive shout out and good job today.
For sure. Yeah. Other than that, today was the last day of groups. We will see all of you guys potentially if there is any games on Wednesday, because that is technically our next scheduled official stream day. We will see you then, or some potential playoffs action. Speaking of, quickly, Aaron, just not to derail this, but I didn't get to catch the Lucidity Red Big Bad Buttercup stream. Did you guys decide on an MVP for that series? I know the cast was marred with issues, but like there are better words.
We put out 3. I didn't jot them down, so they're in the VOD.
Okay, I'll just check the VOD, no worries. Because what I want to do, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I think to prevent the popularity contest bullshit that used to happen last split, we should do the poll on stream. Like, we should do the poll on Twitch. So that, like, for you to vote, you can't just be like, I got a ping on Discord and I see my friend in the thing, so I'm gonna vote for my friend. Instead, it's like you have to be engaging with the content. You have to be watching the stream to be able to come in and vote. You know, like, I think that's a fair barrier to entry, because some of the fucking MVP votes we were getting last tournament were mad, and historically speaking as well, it's always been a bit of a clusterfuck. So I think that's a nice change that we could make going into playoffs. Obviously, with I'll check the VOD to see who you guys voted for, and we'll make a decision on who got MVP for that series. But yeah, I think that's the play going forward. Unless you have anything different to say about it, then I think that's it. Sick. Good call.
I like that idea, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's a wise choice, because like doing it on Discord every time, you just get randoms join. And I mean, in theory, yes, randoms will join the Twitch stream when the poll goes up to just vote for their mates anyway. But at least we get to farm views then, you know? We get something, you know? Anyway, we're gonna call it there, boys. I am entering that weird stage of delirium. My glasses won't fit anymore. So I will see all of you on Wednesday, potentially. We'll see. But until then, peace.